I spend my hours doing alchemy. I'll mix my yellows and my blues to make a shade of green. Prosaic practice of depravity, suspending innocence above their disbelief. I wish that I could paint a pretty picture onto everything and leave a mark upon the wall that felt like anything. Maybe that's the essence of an artist and their legacy, just chasing down the sense of infamy. With brush to canvas with the fear away. A simple motion makes the consequence intricate. All the little nothings in my parapet. I hope it's something that you don't forget. Cadmium red is the ground beneath. Cadmium orange everything I see. Cadmium yellow is the air I breathe. Cadmium colors painted inside me. I can make autumn from a single leaf. Steal a fine picture like a first-class thief. Make the water work like you won't believe. Find a new world that can set you free. How could anybody ever live like me? I spend my hours doing alchemy. I make a lot from findings ink inside the smeltery. It's not exactly where I want to be, but wanting doesn't matter when there's mouths to feed. I wish that I could paint a pretty picture of a fantasy. I'm turning feeling to a living for my family. Instead I make the metals and the pigments in my reverie, and maybe that can be enough for me. Oh, isn't it funny facing destiny? It's like a knife inside, twisting my heart. Oh, it's got I want for nothing but identity. I think that's something that belongs with me. Cadmium red is the ground beneath. Cadmium orange everything
Hi, Amar. Hi, everyone. I'm sorry I woke up so late.
inside me. Integrate fever 101 degrees. Chatting my body with a gentle breeze. Damn it, I am real and I have
Hey, how's it going? Hi, Frankie. Hi, Zero. Hey, Norris. Boka Boka is so very cute. Go, go.
I spend my hours doing alchemy. I mix my yellows and my blues to make a shade of green. Chasing impossible philosophy. I'm hoping that this poison ain't the death of me.
WMR. Guys, stop giving each other W's. Hello?
Orange everything I see. Cadmium yellow is the air I breathe. Cadmium colors painted inside me. I can make autumn from a single leaf. Steal a fine picture like a first-class thief. Make the water work like you won't believe.
Hi, Grace.
Can set you free. How
I overslept like a wet face. Hi, Build. How Build Ski? How you doing? I'm doing good. I'm glad you love the song. All right. I'm gonna get some milk and stuff, and I'll be right back and fill up my water bottle. I'll turn the music back up for you guys. Bye bye. I'm back, guys. Sorry I was gone. I hope you're well. I hope you're well. I hope you're well. Hi, Peace. Hi, Lord Peace. How's everyone? Is everyone doing good? Is my model messed up? What's wrong with my model? Everything just kind of froze for a second there. I don't like that. It's drinking the mic. Hey, Planet. I just ate the same one you got me. Thank you again. Okay. Should we do reacts today, guys? We didn't do any yesterday, so we should probably do some today, but then we went clipped longer this time. Thank you for the follow, Andy Pop. Thank you, thank you. Welcome stream. We'll be on time during cave. You're on TTS? Oh, I'm sorry. There you go. It's on.
Did the Boka find anything react-worthy? There's an update on Stop Killing Games.
There's... So there's an update to stop killing games, and let me look at this again. Make sure I have everything.
Watch the pot get spilled. You can kill or you can be killed. It doesn't really matter what I feel. I would rather fake than make the pain real. Oh, take that.
There's an...
Wipe it off your face so you
There's stuff about one of the Marvel movies. Is it Marvel? I don't think it's Marvel.
you bet your ass I'm getting first place.
It's one that was supposed to have Supergirl in it.
You get me out of here.
This was either the 8-9 I playing it. I'm sorry I started late.
Yeah, that's right. Let your dreams take flight. Watch the line go up, until it breaks right through. Goes alone through you. You can feel it up, feel it up, feel it up until the meat will slide off the bone. So nice you can eat it up, until you're full of life. It's a goddamn vibe, baby. Fuck it up, fuck it up, oh, we can fuck until the sun burns out. We can run for clout. Die upon your hill. I live apart from love and goodwill. And when the pain comes calling for my head, yeah, I would rather hurt than be happy and dead. Oh, fuck your frown, baby, spare your grace. Now I'm wearing my crown, perfect framing of my face. All the details surgically replaced. It's a crying shame, a pathetic disgrace. Please somebody get me out of here. Please somebody won't you get me out of here. Oh. I'm not getting out of here. That's right, let your dreams take flight. Watch the line go up, until it breaks
Yeah, I don't think we do reacts today. I'm just not... I don't know. Unless you guys want them. We could do the update. So I don't see anything that's like crazy speaking to me, you know? I don't know. They're about to win really big.
Boka for one Wutsu, nothing massive to react to.
Not really. I guess we could do the Stop Killing Games update. How long is it that? If it's too long, we'll probably just go into games. Let me see how long it was. Where is it? It was in my subscriptions, I think. YouTube, don't start not showing me the video. I saw it. Give me a sec.
Bokath1 Boba, does Box have any interest at all in the whole Lego scandal? See, even Serial mentioned it.
Y'all want to see the CoffeeZilla version of the brick by brick? We can do that. It's gonna be kind of long. Because you know how he goes 0. All right, we can do that. You guys love him. You guys love that Lego scandal. It's an hour long. We're gonna have to lock in, guys. Hi, our Chibi.
A $200,000 Lego collection.
We're gonna watch some CoffeeZilla, guys. I'm not gonna comment. Let me put this in recording too. I'm not gonna comment very much because I've watched it and stuff. Not this one particularly, but I'm not really, what's the word? I'm not very like familiar with some of like what they're talking about in terms of like law and stuff. Like I've read a lot of law documents and stuff, but this is like a bit more that I'm familiar with. I will comment where I have something like at least slightly relevant to say. Here we go.
Brick by brick.
Brick by brick.
Lego collection went missing, causing a lot of you to ask me to find it. And after seeing the cops point guns at YouTubers, people get arrested and sued for 1.3 million, I decided enough was enough. This looks like a case for the internet detective. This time in the $10 million Lego studio. So I talked to every suspect involved. What I found shocked me.
What kind of dragon am I? I'm a wish dragon. I breathe all of the
Before we
elements.
can find these missing Legos, let's give some background. A massive Star Wars collection was put on consignment at a Lego store called Bricks and Minifigs in Salem, Oregon. Consignment just means the owner, Brian Mansell, gave it to a store to sell, and he was supposed to get a cut when it sold. The entire time, he maintained ownership of the collection. In a social media post,
Like, yeah, they literally signed a, what's it called? I can't remember the name of the word that I'm trying to use, but basically they signed a paper that basically agreed that he would own it. They would give him like the bigger cut and everything. And like, this would like be a transaction kind of thing. But he would still own every single one of them until they sold.
estimated it to be worth about $200,000. But then on November 14th, 2024, everything went wrong. This was the night that Crystal and Ben Gorman, the prior franchise owners of the Salem store, got kicked out by this guy. That is Brandon Best. He and his partner, Josh Johnson, ran a sister store in Eugene, Oregon. And Brandon drove up that night to kick the Gormans out. Brandon and Josh would be taking over the franchise in Salem. And this is the exact moment the Legos go missing.
It's just a little weird that they go missing right when you like kind of like hostile takeover.
As that store is getting handed over, the question is Brian's collection in it? Here's what the official Bricks and Minifigs
And they try to claim that there's only like $4,000, $5,000 in there.
press release reads, quote, after taking over the store, we discovered a small number of sets valued between $2,000 to $5,000 that could be possibly related to Mr. Mansell's collection. But there's a problem here. There should be over 10 times that amount in this store, given their internal records and what we know the estimated value of this collection was. So if corporate's saying there was only $2,000 to $5,000 in the store, something happened to these Legos.
Like,
But what? In order to solve this case, let's think about the suspects. First, who was there that night of the handover?
oh yeah. The funny thing is, I know a little bit about Rico, and hilariously, around halfway through one of the first videos by Reckless Ben, I was like, wait, is this gonna be a Rico case? That was my thought during the middle of watching it. I was like, wait a minute. They can't be serious, can they? This could, like, get them in a whole bunch of trouble.
It's only 3 people. Crystal and Ben Gorman, the former franchise owners, and Brandon Best, one of the new owners. These are our 3 biggest suspects, but they aren't the only ones. I want to address a few other suspects at the very start here. First of all, maybe this is just all the result of, plain old thieves breaking in. What about that possibility?
Hi, I am Chris. I was the previous franchise owner who signed the collection agreement with Brian Mansell.
And I'm Benjamin Gorman. I am the silent partner who's really bad at being silent.
We did have a couple of break-ins at the store. None of Brian's collections were in the police report or stolen during those.
Okay, so the Gormans say emphatically it wasn't thieves, but if that's the case, what about the guy who was arrested? I mentioned at the beginning of this video, Reckless Ben. This is the YouTuber who started it all. With a documentary, I tracked down the thief who stole $200,000 of Lego. Maybe it's the perfect crime. Make a video tracking yourself. Now, for our theory, it's worth noting Ben is currently facing a RICO lawsuit by Bricks and Minifigs. He was even targeted with a search warrant for stolen Legos.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
The owner reported overhearing conversations about possible stolen Legos.
And on top of that, Reckless Ben was even accused of stealing the Legos by the current franchise owner.
I stole the Legos?
What do you think of the theory that it was Reckless Ben? He stole the Legos.
It's absurd. We didn't even know Reckless Ben. He
Yeah.
had no interaction, no relation to us, no relation to the store. That doesn't hold any water.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Apologies to the genius cops in Utah who play different.
We play differently here.
But I don't believe that Reckless Ben stole the Lego, mostly because he couldn't. He just wasn't there that night, and I don't even think he knew.
Here's the hugest, like, biggest, like, shot, like, to that theory. He has to drive down there every single time he does, like, videos on this. And he drives hours. Hours. He's getting there, like, in the middle of the day. What do you mean he stole it?
Knew about these Legos, but who does Ben suspect is holding the Legos since he did this whole documentary series?
The guy who runs the entire company, Ammon McNeff, he personally came out to talk to us.
So what's going on?
So you guys are holding some of our Legos?
No, we're not.
You're not?
No.
Is that a lie?
No.
That's a lie. You did take the Legos.
No. So we have, our attorneys have visited, like, again, so who's
Brian Mansell.
Okay, and who is that?
He's a guy who had he had like $200,000 worth of Legos in your guys' store.
Nope. Never happened.
My name is Ammon McNeff. I am the CEO of the Bricks and Minifigs brand.
So my name's Matt McNeff. I'm the COO of Bricks and Minifigs.
The people you just saw are the McNeff brothers. They agreed to speak with me to try to clear their name. I asked them, do they have the Legos?
What I can tell you is that we don't have it. We've never had access to them.
It seems to kind of go missing. Parts of it seem to go missing on November 14th.
Well, and I guess no, not at all. I'm gonna say, like that is not accurate at all. Because
So you think that the collection was in the store at the time or elsewhere?
Elsewhere. When you look at Mansell's own words that he reiterated to a podcast last year, he explicitly stated to another podcaster, the sets were moved off-site for security.
The collection will not be stored on site after hours for security reasons, and after Sunday, the sets will be available for purchase but stored elsewhere.
Now, one thing that's been a big subject of the Bricks and Minifigs
kind of story is, hey, there are these off-site locations. Can you address what that is? Is that true?
So the off-site location in the letter that that corporate is referring to is the original press release that we released when we were launching the collection. In that press release, because we had previous break-ins, I specifically included the location that after this weekend, those Legos would be stored off-site.
My bad.
To deter
I accidentally clicked my mouse.
They were briefly stored off-site after.
This seems like they're trying to like obfuscate that they don't know where they are kind of thing with the whole offsite. They don't know where this offsite place is, but yet you do kind of situation.
That launch weekend, while I bought safes for the back room, and then they were moved back into the store.
Okay, so for most of the time, the sets were in the store after y'all got the safes in.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ammon McNeff suspects that a lot of the Legos weren't there that night. And then on the other hand, we just heard from Crystal and Ben Gorman explaining the off-site story, saying that later they no longer used those off-site locations. But what do we really know about the Gormans? They are the former franchise owners after all. I mean, shouldn't we be suspicious of everyone? They're one of our key suspects. They were there the night we lost Brian's collection. They were the creators of the consignment deal after all. And one group in particular is pointing their finger at them very hard. It's the McNeffs who say they were behind on payments.
We started getting calls from the landlord letting us know that Crystal was behind on the lease payments at the location.
It's just the CoffeeZilla video about the Pokemon thing. I love you, Valley. No, this is the Lego thing.
Also gotten a couple of notices from some of our vendor partners that bills had not been paid by the store. And so we felt pretty strongly that there was going to be a risk of her just, like attempting to file bankruptcy, doing some of these other types of things, which we've had franchisees do in the past, and that's problematic. So that's why we sent him up there to take some video footage. So we needed to just be prepared if we needed to do a hostile takeover, which, can happen in franchising where a franchise owner just, kind of tries to steal inventory and do some different things that way.
Okay, so Bricks and Minifig's story is that they were worried about the Gormans skipping town, so they sent Brandon Best as a secret shopper on October 24th, 2024. This is weeks before the takeover. Brandon takes a video of the store condition in preparation for this handover, but at this point, Brandon does not announce himself to Crystal Gorman. Later, though, on November 14th, once again, the same concern about the Gormans stealing or theft was expressed by the McNeffs.
Brandon was trying to make sure that they weren't taking things from the store, and so he was kind of trying to make sure that he wasn't putting things, like hiding things in the back, and that and while he was watching that, trying to make sure Ben wasn't grabbing stuff from the store and moving it or doing anything along those lines, because he just got a weird feeling about the whole transition.
She took at least one, if not more than one, cartfuls of things out to her car with her coat draped over it.
So yeah, the McNeffs say, look, they don't trust the Gormans. And they explained it, even further. They said, hey, there's some issues in her past.
She apparently has a retail theft and other criminal arrests on her record that we were not aware of.
When was that?
I don't know. This has been brought out by several people online now.
Now look, that's a huge accusation to bring up, and so obviously I wanted to talk to the Gormans about it.
They do feel like
she has a history.
They're full of it.
Some type of burglary, theft.
Oh my God! Wow.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, yes.
Well,
you know about this.
Explain.
Yeah, when I was 19 years old.
How long ago is that?
I am 45 now. So this was in 1999. Something that happened 25 years ago, has no reflection and no bearing on what happened in the last 2 years, my management of the store, what happened the night corporate seized the store. It is another deflection. And it infuriates me. You're gonna try to publicly embarrass and shame me for somebody that was manipulated by local police departments when she was pregnant and 19 years old. Fuck you. That's my response to that. I am so sorry. You're gonna have to blur and cut a lot of this, but that pisses me off. I own what I have done. I own the mistakes that I have made. You cannot intimidate and bully me into backing down when I know that legally and morally I am in the right and I have the evidence to back it up.
Wow, this is getting kind of nasty and personal at this point, and I just wanted to give people kind of their side. But at every turn, I hope you understand, I'm getting contradictory stories.
One of the biggest reasons why I don't believe she's Boka's age. Old. Here's the issue. What I've noticed a lot when I've read law documents and stuff, and I've looked at a lot of law, the person that brings like the person that tries to be the first one to throw a stone is usually the one that's in the wrong in some way or form. Like they started throwing throws left and right. And it's kind of it's a bit too iffy when you've thrown like 4 different stones so far. You're throwing them everywhere but yourself. You won't even say maybe we lost them. Maybe like we were transporting them or like someone stole them from us or something. No,
if the McNeffs
you will
knew
take
about her in the first place.
Like they're bringing up something
accountability at all
that I told them about.
Wait, you told them?
Told them. They asked me.
They said they had no idea. They said if we knew, we would have never hired her.
Because we would not have hired her had we known this.
I told them I had a record from when I was 18. There was a family issue and didn't go into all of the details, but they were like, that's so long ago. We're gonna hire you based on who you are now.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave it there. You guys can make up your own mind. My point is, one side says up, the other says down, and it gets to the point both sides start hinting that they have photographic proof from the night of November 14th that proves the other side is lying. And so I'm like, look, at this point, let's stop talking. Show me.
So many people have proved that it was them, though. That's the issue.
Photos that prove that the Gormans are lying. And then you guys are telling me we 100% have possession of photos that prove this side's lying. Who's gonna drop the photos first? I mean, I feel like someone just has to, somebody's right here.
And after a lot of convincing, both sides agreed to show me the photos, corporate and the Gormans. In fact, I scheduled the calls to do this an hour apart from each other. But let's remember their positions for a second. The Gormans say whatever was left unsold of Brian's collection that was in that store spreadsheet was in Salem store the night of November 14th. Then you have corporate side. They say whatever was left that night was maybe $2,000 to $5,000 of Legos. The rest was either stolen by thieves, the Gormans, or held off site. It was not in that store. And on both sides, there's a lot to lose here, right? You've got the Gormans, who basically have been insinuated to have been stealing. And for Josh and Brandon too, the new franchise owners, there's a lot on the line. I reached out to Josh and he told me, I think her pictures would only show a few sets and minifigs. I replied, so if I can prove that the Lego sets were in the store, that will prove Brandon was lying? Josh replies, if it shows something different, then yes, I will eat my words. So the stakes have been established. And let's see the evidence, starting with Matt McNeff. First, he showed me the video, October 24, 2024, for a baseline of how the store looked.
So this is the Salem Kaiser location, is that correct?
It's the Salem Kaiser location, yes.
So is it fair to say I'm seeing quite a few Legos here? I mean, I'm seeing a store of Legos. You'd agree?
There's a good amount of Lego on hand. This isn't what I would say is a well-stocked bricks and minifigs, but it's not terrible. It's I would say a little below average as far as overall stock. So now let's go to November 14th. Can you still see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So November 14th, when Brandon was in there helping.
Wait, this is the day. This is like the big day.
This is the day.
Hold on, I gotta prep myself emotionally for this.
Okay.
This is a big deal. This is a big. This is D-Day. This is the big moment. This is Brandon takes over the store. This is we don't know where the Legos are after this moment.
We don't know where the Legos are after this moment. And I want to point out again that we've had this for a while. We haven't this is the first time we've shown this publicly. We've been waiting for our attorneys to give us the approval to say, hey, this is okay now to share in this capacity. So we'll go through these pictures. This is what Josh saw, or not Josh, sorry, Brandon saw. He took pictures of everything in the store, all the inventory in the store. This is what the shelves looked like compared to what you just saw a moment ago.
Okay, so I'm seeing a lot less. Just to state the obvious, go back a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm seeing like way less.
So yeah, the pictures I was being shown on November 14th, those shelves looked emptier than they did on the day of October 24th. But to be fair to the Gormans, they addressed the empty shelves themselves.
As we get to the very end of this video in particular, right here, you'll see that empty space right here. So this is the retired and certified set section that we have to keep separate from the new in box current sets being sold by Lego. All those empty spaces up there were the sets that we had on display during the day from Brian's collection that every night when the store closed, we pulled off and put back into the safe and then put back out in the morning.
So when they say, see, there's empty space on the shelves, yeah, because we put them in safes at night to keep them safe.
Because we have giant windows.
Yeah, it's an explanation that kind of makes sense given the history of burglary. Now, of course, this is something I had to ask the McNeffs about.
Is this a case of, did y'all see Star Wars sets in the back? Did y'all not see the Star Wars sets in the back? Did he take, not in the back, but specifically in a safe? Like there were a bunch of Star Wars sets in a safe. Did Brandon see those? Has there been talk of those? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. My understanding is that he took pictures of everything, and all those photos I showed you of the Star Wars were all the photos, or was literally all the Star Wars inventory in the store.
Yeah, the McNeffs say all of the photos should be with Brandon of all the Star Wars items. And to be fair to them, they showed me a lot more pictures and even showed me a spreadsheet of all the Star Wars sets in the store the night Brandon took it over. And it valued to about like $5,000 to $10,000 or so. But then I had to ask.
Oh, sorry, here's another kind of set.
Okay.
Do you think y'all have all of these?
Very likely.
Okay.
Again, I'd be surprised if we didn't.
But then I couldn't help myself. I started to bring up some of Crystal's photos to see if they matched up.
Have you seen this before?
Not that I recall.
So do you see that?
Yep.
So do you see it's in like some kind of like a safe thing? I don't know if you can see the sides there.
Looks like a bookshelf to me, but sure.
Okay, sure, yeah. So I think the important thing is making sure that all of these are in the inventory for Mansell.
Sure. Sure, that's cool.
75041.
Yep. The Vulture Droid.
75169.
169 I'm not seeing, so there may be... Okay, so there's one that is not on our list.
Let's try this. 10240.
Okay, nope, not seeing that one either.
What about 9493?
3. I don't see that one either. So maybe those were locked at the time, and Brandon did not get those pictures.
All right, that's kind of a problem because the Gormans had over 200 photos of this store. I definitely knew looking at these photos, there's a lot more Legos in the Gormans photos, by quite a lot that Brandon's photos just didn't show. But corporate didn't really see it that way.
But still, in the grand scheme of things, we're not talking, again, 10 times the amount of sets here.
I don't know. I haven't shown all the photos yet. I don't know exactly how much.
If there's a calculable figure that we can look at and say, great, this is what was there, I promise you it's not $100,000 worth of Lego. And so where's the rest of it? He got me.
Got me, bud. Got me, bud. Got me.
U-Haul story. You don't think it could have been some U-Haul thing? There's no way.
Oh, yeah. Have we talked about the U-Haul yet? We gotta talk about the
U-Haul. We
gotta
talk about the U-Haul.
This is another one of those things that was like really disputed between the two parties. Was this U-Haul that supposedly was driven up to the store the night of the takeover?
So when Brandon came to the store that night, he was driving a U-Haul truck.
Now, in typical fashion, this was immediately disputed.
Brandon showed up to the Salem store in a rental car. When he came to get the keys from Crystal, he was there in a rental car, not in a U-Haul.
It wasn't until after he told me he was taking the keys and locking me out that I really kind of paid attention to the fact that he had a large, not the small, the large U-Haul truck.
So yeah, I just kept hearing about this U-Haul truck. Now, why is it significant, U-Haul or not? Well, one, a U-Haul truck can fit a lot of Legos, but the big reason it mattered to me was because I was actually called by an ex-employee of the Bricks and Minifig store in Eugene, Oregon. Remember, that's the one that Brandon and Josh owned, and he told me something very interesting.
I'm a former employee, started in 2024, and I was working under the old manager, Brian, and he sold the store to Brandon, Best, and Josh.
What store was this? Bricks and Minifigs where? Okay, now what did you see that made you want to talk to me?
I saw Reckless Ben's YouTube video about the Salem store closing down because when I was talking to my co-workers about the situation about Salem, and we were told through other employees that it was just a bad area to work in. It was like haunted, if you will, is what was going around. But after seeing the video of Reckless Ben, he exposed them, and it makes a lot more sense with what we dealt with Brandon and Josh. Like, oh, Crystal stole Lego sets and bolted out of the country.
Who says that?
Brandon Best told us. When he was dropping off all the Lego sets to us that night. There was a bunch of used Lego sets that were like Saran Wrap. They had Star Wars City. Just a lot of stuff. It was like an medium-sized U-Haul truck.
Wait, they brought a U-Haul truck.
Yeah, from Salem, to Eugene.
And to Eugene, and it had a bunch of Star Wars sets on it?
Yeah, Star Wars sets, like everything. A bunch of used stuff too.
Wait, when and was this when they took over the store from Crystal?
I believe so, yes. Yes, because he said that Crystal stole Legos and left the country.
While he has a U-Haul of Legos?
Yeah.
Interesting. Weird.
So, and he said, we're just going to hold on to this stuff until corporate tells us where we have to distribute it. And we're like, oh, well, it'd make more sense if we could take it because we're kind of struggling with, the product we put on the shelves.
Oh my gosh. We really got to find out. Was there a U-Haul that night or not? Because everybody's disagreeing about it. This Eugene, Oregon guy says, oh yeah, a U-Haul showed up with Star Wars sets in it. Brandon was talking about the Salem store. You've got Matt McNeff saying there was no U-Haul there.
It's a bit too iffy. Your particular store is struggling to put stuff on the shelves. And then you just happen to come with a U-Haul full of these Legos that we could put on the shelves, but we're not gonna. But we just got back from a store where we claimed they stole a lot of Legos. It doesn't add up. How are you filling a medium U-Haul if they that are full of like Star Wars sets, if they supposedly stole a lot of Star Wars sets?
It was a rental car. You've got Crystal saying, yeah, I thought it was really weird. There was a U-Haul truck there. So I told the McNeffs, I really got to find out what the truth is here. If you know anything about it, let me know, because that's just something I heard.
I do, and it has nothing to do with the Salem store. Well, at least not the Salem store in the way that it is there. Brandon showed up to the Salem store in a rental car. When he came to get the keys from Crystal, he was there in a rental car, not in a U-Haul.
So when there was the handoff, there wasn't a U-Haul, it was a rental car.
Correct. He was there in a rental car.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think any of the, like, if you were to look at the footage, the ring cameras, all that stuff, you won't see a U-Haul sitting anywhere in the parking lot.
So after hearing all of this, I realized, look, I just got to find the evidence. So I start sifting through these photos I have, right? I realize I have a parking lot photo. I check it. No U-Haul, just a red truck out there. I check another photo where you could see the window, but the problem is it's night outside, so you can't see. And so I'm looking at everything I can, and there's just nothing, I have this alternate angle. I'm looking at that. And then, wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
Zoom in on that photo.
Uh-oh.
Bring up the brightness of this photo a little bit. And my gosh, there's a U-Haul in the parking lot.
And it's one of the big ones.
Outside of the store the night of November
One of the big
14th,
ones, guys.
2024. This is something that Matt said he had seen footage of, and it couldn't be true.
And again, I believe I have seen footage from that night that shows clearly out into the parking lot, and there's no U-Haul.
After seeing this, I said, I really have to make a call. And that's when the story changed.
So last night, I talked with Matt McNeff. I brought up this question of the U-Haul. He told me emphatically there was no U-Haul. Y'all came to me this morning. You said, hey, we looked into it. There actually was a U-Haul there that night. Can you clear up what that's about?
So there's actually two different things that are going on here, just to help you understand. And I don't know if you want this particularly not on the record, but we do know of a disgruntled former employee that worked at another location that back on the 24th of October, there was a U-Haul that went to a storage unit in Salem for another previous franchisee, for a different situation that we had just, gone through some things, and he had a previously, hey, I have some inventory that I didn't turn over that I was supposed to. It's at this storage location. You guys can come pick it up. And so Brandon was sent on that day to pick up with a U-Haul inventory that then he moved down, but that was October 24th.
So when we're talking about this ex-employee, you're saying they are conflating the October 24th event of the U-Haul coming up to Eugene with Legos with some time after November 14th, after the store takeover. Is that correct? Am I understanding that?
Yes.
So this is now kind of a strange story. Corporate is saying there was a U-Haul at the Eugene store dropping off Lego, but that was from a different night, different collection. The CEO says Brandon showed up to Salem on October 24th for his secret shopper job with Crystal, and separately, he also was getting a different collection of Legos that also included Star Wars, and that's what he brought to the Eugene store, and the former employee is remembering. Then, weeks later, on November 14th, Brandon supposedly shows up again with a U-Haul, but the reason isn't for hauling Legos.
Brandon flew in to Eugene that night. At midnight. So flew from Utah on the 13th, but landed in Oregon on midnight of the 14th. Went and got a rental truck, and then went and stayed at a trailer that had previously been moved up there in anticipation, meaning a camper trailer, in anticipation of the potential hostile takeover previously.
Is that why he had a U-Haul? Is that the reason he had a U-Haul, was for this camper, or what's going on with the?
Yes. So then what happens is he takes his rental vehicle truck, and he tries to connect the trailer, the camping trailer, to that truck, and it's not rated for that particular weight, and he realized, oh crap. He called around and found that U-Haul had a rating for one of their box trucks, and so he grabbed that, went and got it at 10 a.m. on the 14th, and so he then went and hooked that trailer up to the camping trailer to a U-Haul, drove that trailer down to another location where he could set up the camping trailer in Salem, dropped off the camper trailer, and then he arrived in a U-Haul to the Salem store, and then went in, said hi to Crystal, and then as she was leaving, the door shuts, and so he locks it, calls the locksmith, takes him a while to finish up the changing of the locks. Brandon at this point is pretty exhausted, so and he has an hour drive back to Eugene to drop off the rental truck. So he drops it off at midnight or 1 o'clock, something like that, grabs the rental truck, and then heads back up to the camper trailer in Salem, and then probably gets in at around 2 or 3 in the morning, spends a couple of gets a little bit of sleep before he has to head back to the store at 9 a.m. before the other employees get there. The timeline that
it's a bit too circumstantial. Hey, when It's a bit too circumstantial when you just happen to have this here at this time, and then you claim it's not there, and then you claim it is there, and then you claim it isn't there, and then you claim it is there. It's too circumstantial. It's too many peas in a row. There's too many dots. If it was just 1 or 2 dots.
Jingles keys. I almost typed June.
I'm gonna fight you. We're reacting. Swap it. But like, if it was like 1 or 2 like instances, that'd be coincidence. But it's like 12 instances at this point, so it's a pattern.
Trade just makes absolutely zero sense.
Okay, so I asked, obviously, for documentation of all of this from Brandon, and here's what I got. First, the U-Haul contract on November 14th. This checks out what we already know. Then I got sent a photo, the last one Brandon took in the Salem store, dated 9:44 p.m., where you can see what looks like the inside of a bird cage that the Gormans had. And lastly, I was sent a photo Brandon took of the mileage in the U-Haul as he dropped it back off at the rental place on November 15th, 12:41 a.m. Now, the time gap there is about 3 hours between the last photo in Salem to dropping the U-Haul off, which is a bit of a problem for our timeline.
Yeah, it took like 4 hours. I mean, I worked till like 11 o'clock, and I'm like, I gotta get up early for, my other job.
You moved 4 hours of Legos out of this truck.
Yeah.
All right, so as weird as this U-Haul thing is, the timeline just doesn't fit, to be honest. If it took 4 hours to unload, you can't also drive to another city, load and unload and drop off the U-Haul in that time. But still, even if this is true, it's pretty weird, and it's one of the most bizarre stories I've ever heard, to have a U-Haul thing back to back. One of the times you're picking up Legos, the other time you're not, you're taking a camper. Nevertheless, without more proof, we kind of have to move on to another theory of how to find these missing Lego. This time, let's take the photographs that we have and reconstruct what was in the night on November 14th. Remember, that's the moment we lost the Lego. And this time, we're going to combine it with 2 more things. First, from corporate, I got the point of sale records from the Salem store from 2023 to 2024. And secondly, from Crystal Gorman, I got her internal records of Brian's inventory of what was sold or not in order to pay him and keep track of prices. Now, before we piece things together, I need to address something. At the beginning of this story, you saw the social post saying this collection was worth $200,000. That's what
over that.
Knows this story as the $200,000 Lego collection.
It's worth more than that.
That post was entirely wrong. In Crystal Gorman's inventory, which has a high and low estimate value of these various Lego items, the real estimated value is about $107,000. They give high estimates and low estimates, but that's right there in the middle. And for simplicity, I'll just be using averages and estimates here, but understand that, these numbers are not firm, given that they're unsold Legos. It's just rough possibilities. But the point is, it's worth nowhere near $200,000. And Reckless Ben, the one who made the original video covering this, said that surprised him.
Yeah, this entire time, literally every single person's been telling me there were $200,000. Like, that's how much, you could sell all these sets for.
My original assessment of about $200,000 was going up to his father's house and looking in 3 different rooms with all the sets. It was before I'd actually gone through and had set numbers and done an actual evaluation. I looked at it and went based on as things progressed and as I started to delve more into the actual inventory and evaluating it, that number changed. But we put out the press release well in advance of the event itself, so that
so that makes sense. That's fine.
Full numbers, so we went.
That's not anything crazy. That's her overall estimation at the start, and they just went with that. Which companies do that all the time. That's not really. No one was really lying. That was her rough estimation. A general estimation after she looked at everything, it's closer to 107. But there's still a possibility of it getting higher. There's a possibility of it getting lower.
This is a nice, even number that.
And yeah, the court's going to always obfuscate value. They never value things correctly. Yeah, they go by auction valuing, and auction valuing always underestimates something, almost always. Sometimes they overestimate, but very rarely do they do.
That will grab attention and bring people into the store. So we went with that.
And still, I mean, to believe that is accurate at the high end. Like, it was one of those things where when she was looking through and going, well, it says this and it says this, like, you don't think even at the high end?
You haven't actually seen the spreadsheet.
No, I haven't.
You might want to cut that part out because he hasn't actually seen the inventory sheet.
The spreadsheet says about from between 85,000 to 120 something thousand, in the midpoint about 107 or something like that of what was inventory. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this has been a really big point of misinformation to clear up, because if we're ever going to find the
auctions, going by auction estimations is never good, because you never have a really good estimate. That's why a lot of like pawn shops and stuff will say, yeah, you can probably get that at auction. Like they're agreeing with you that, yeah, it's probably worth that at auction, because auction can be anywhere in that ballpark.
Lego, we need to start with the right number, the right value. It's about $107,000. Now, between 2023 and 2024, the Gormans record sales of about $24,000 of Brian's collection in their inventory tracking list. And of those sales, Brian was entitled to about 65 to 70% of it. He was paid $17,000, which roughly tracks with that. Which means on November 14th, the big night, the remaining amount of Brian's collection that should have been in there is about $82,000. Now, it doesn't take a genius to realize this is a very different number than corporate provided, who found only $2,000 to $5,000 of it.
You're still missing about $77,000.
They only found $13,000 to $15,000 in total Lego Star Wars.
So you're talking...
Oh, you've doubled it. You're still missing $70,000.
Maybe $11,000 to $15,000 total Star Wars, and that's all Star Wars inventory in the whole store.
So that's corporate side of the story, but I didn't want to take their word for it. So I went through Crystal's photos myself, which she shared with me, and hired people to go through and hand tag the Star Wars Legos that were in these photos. We looked through over 200 plus photos, multiple videos, and matched what we saw with Brian's collection. In the end, I ended up with about $21,000 of Legos matching Brian's collection that can be proven to be in the store on the night of November 14th. Now, to state the obvious, that's about 3 to 5 times what corporate estimated, at least on their press release. Now, yes, there are inherent errors in these estimates. Maybe we picked up some Lego that matched Brian's collection, but wasn't Brian's. But even though this is a bigger number than corporate said, I have to admit, even with pretty generous assumptions being made, there's still a huge gap of about $61,000 here that I just couldn't find. But then I learned Brian had made a special side deal with M&R Productions, who had recently purchased some Legos from him. And this is where it starts to get messy. So these are the pictures that M&R Productions sent me, looking at the Lego that Brian sold him. This was stuff reportedly in storage, and it's interesting because of an early inventory list, which had a column called Location that Crystal used. And it listed a lot of the Star Wars items as being located in what they called storage. Now, previously I was told that all of the stuff in storage was put back in the store, but there's a bunch that's on this list that I can't find in the store that seem to appear in these pictures. Now, I've been assured, by the way, that most of these Legos were not part of the inventory spreadsheet. They were never given to Bricks and Minifigs. This is a separate part of the collection, but I did a check, and 100% of the items that match the Brian collection inventory just so happen to be listed with a location of storage. So this starts to make things incredibly fuzzy, and I'm inclined to believe that a lot of these are part of that same inventory list. Now, if we take that value of the side deal, that's about $10,000 to $20,000 that's not actually missing. Now, it was at this point I started looking more at the point of sales records. I realized maybe we could find some of this missing Lego there too. So this is from the Salem internal store records. Like, I guess this is what is entered when someone does a sale, and it's everything from September 2023 to November 2024 of Star Wars anything. And by the way, before we continue, yes, this was all a lot of work. If
Definitely a lot of work. I agree with him.
you want to, please support us on Patreon. That's how this show gets made. But anyways, according to those records,
I love that you guys are bringing up Pawn Stars.
about $51,000 in sales went through during this time period in a way that matched Brian Mansell's collection. Now, that really worried me because Crystal's inventory list showed only $24,000 in sales for Brian, and Brian was only paid for that amount. But suddenly, I remembered back to a time when I spoke to Crystal, and I asked how much was sold prior to the takeover.
Which is something similar from what you told me, Crystal.
Yeah.
You told me, hey, it was about 50-something thousand.
Yeah.
But Brian was only paid $17,000.
Okay.
And it should have been about double that. And I'm just trying to make sense of that, given that everyone's accusing each other of theft right now. You understand?
I mean, without seeing any of those records, without seeing those individual tickets, I can't answer that any better.
Okay, this is kind of a problem. The math ain't math in here. 65 to 70% of 50,000 is almost double what we believe Brian was paid. And digging into the details, it turns out a lot of these sales come from what Crystal's spreadsheet actually categorizes as layaways, meaning they were marked as having been sold, but layaways are when someone puts a down payment on an item and later pays it off. But the problem was there were a lot of these, worth about $20,000 in layaway, and that felt a little strange to me. And because of that, I asked Josh Johnson, the incoming owner, and he responded, quote, "There were 2 to 3 items on layaway when they took over."
So on the list of that, on the inventory list, do you know about how many layaways
I haven't gone through and done a count, but I know it was vastly more than 2 to 3.
It was about 98.
That makes sense.
So there were about $15,000 to $25,000 worth of sets on layaway.
Okay.
That's just the part that's surprising. That's the part that I can't get my head around. I go, how could, let me just be really honest. I don't believe.
Yeah, that's a bit too much to suddenly not have.
Believe there was that much layaway.
And she's saying they should be in there.
How could there be that much layaway? I don't know. It's like I don't believe, because I was talking to some people about bricks and minifigs. They go, yeah, there's some layaway. There's not that much layaway. I talked to people who were neutral, kind of on corporate side, but also people who were just normal bricks and minifigs people. They say there's not that much layaway. Help me understand why there's $20,000 worth of layaway here.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely. If you talk to other bricks and minifigs locations, layaway is extremely rare. I think outside of the Brian's collection, I don't.
Okay, good. I'm not crazy here. So then, why was there so much layaway there?
No, absolutely not. Outside of Brian's collection, I think at the time we maybe had 2 used sets on layaway outside of his collection.
Okay.
It was not a common thing traditionally. I don't know that we'd ever done layaway before the collection came in. With Brian's collection, it was a little bit different because so much of this collection were new in box, all in one place, reasonably priced, and a lot of the harder to find items. And so customers would come in and put, I'm gonna guess probably half of those layaway items were not gonna be sold to the person who took them on layaway, because we had several that would put them on layaway and then change their mind. So this was something like, somebody would come in and want 10 different sets but only be able to buy 1. Can I put the rest of those on layaway so you don't sell them? I'll pay $10.
She was saying that these were boxed, not even opened yet.
With layaway,
rare ones too.
10% down. They'd have 30 days to make their next payment, or we'd refund the layaway amount and then put it back on the shelf. Because this collection was the collection it was, and I wanted to give these people the opportunity to, to get these sets, we were a lot more generous with how long and the amount of payments that people could make towards the layaway. So a lot of these, we had several of them. I think one of the Ewok villages, we put on layaway 4 different times, and then it came off of layaway and back on layaway and then off and then sold. So a lot of these would have gone on and off of layaway and then back out on the shelf, just depending on the person who was putting it on layaway. That was completely unique to this collection.
So look, I'll be honest, I don't trust Josh Johnson, but something is weird here.
So a lot of these are, see, like, look at this. Like, so like it says POS final sale price, but it's listed as a layaway, but it's sold for $5.99.
Yeah.
Because it matches with the store sale price.
Okay.
So were they on layaway? Were they accidentally marked layaway on the spreadsheet? What's going on there?
I mean, without seeing the actual sales ticket and seeing what else, like what items were sold together, what else was sold with it, I can't actually see the sales ticket. We had several layaway items in which customers were putting multiple things on layaway, paying for most of one item, and then, or they were buying, 8 different things together and then putting all of them on layaway and making payments on multiple items at the same time. Our Ewok village was one of those cases. At some point he had, I think, like 8 or 9 different items on layaway. So they'd come in and make a payment for a bulk payment. I've got 800 things on layaway. I'm gonna make $100 on my payment. One customer in particular would do that, and then when he'd gotten up high enough to pay for one set, we'd pull that set out, mark it as sold. So without seeing the actual tickets and my layaway records, I cannot answer a question any clearer than that.
But I even found more than that in this POS.
I'm inclined to believe her that like most of those weren't actually sold yet. They're claimed to be layaway. That they're just potentially sold, which, yeah, I can see that being in the accounting spreadsheet. Is you put it under sold, but it's also got the tag layaway, as in it's sold potentially. I can see that. Okay, but like everything, yeah, like I've done accounting work. That would totally track. Like it would make me pull my hair out, but it would track. Because that sounds like someone that's like, this sounds like paperwork that someone that's not like intending to give it away, like not intending to throw it to another person does. Like they're like, oh, it's just gonna be me looking at this, so I don't really need to do it too concisely.
Yeah. I also found about $10,000 in sales that match Brian's collection that were not marked as sold under this inventory spreadsheet.
Some of our things that were not found were explained by the POS system because they were found in the POS system as being sold. So like they weren't marked on the spreadsheet, but they were marked as sold via the POS system. And this is about $10,000 worth of Lego that basically were matched.
See, and I don't know. Take anything happening from, let's see, sorry, I'm trying to do math here. I don't know without being able to see all of the records. There is a possibility that the consignments were ended when I wasn't at work and I just didn't go through and pull them up. They didn't get put in the consignment ticket. I hadn't gone through those consignments in a couple of months. I hadn't gone through the inventory in the back room in a couple of months. So it is entirely possible there were sales that were finished that I never clocked as being finished. I don't know that without going through and actually seeing it.
But you're saying it's possible stuff was sold, not updated on this inventory list.
It's entirely possible that stuff did not get updated on my spreadsheet. I'm not going to sit here and claim it's not possible. It's possible I missed things.
So where does this leave us? I know some people are jumping to conclusions here, but I must remind you that on the night of November 14th, 2024, Crystal Gorman was concerned about Brian getting paid or not getting paid.
He has not been paid his percentage yet, and if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
Yeah, she's even saying that in the video. So she's aware that there's some stuff she hasn't looked at. So I'm inclined to believe her way more than them, because she's literally on record saying, hey, there's some stuff I haven't looked at yet. I need to, like, go over it to make sure he gets paid for it. Yeah, it seems like she's very busy. Like, she's literally, like, getting tickets out and everything while he's trying to, like, take over the store. And she's, like, telling him, hey, I still need to do some stuff. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm inclined to believe her because she knows she's missing some stuff and she's about, like, she needs to count it. She needs to look over it and see what's been sold. She knows there's stuff that she hasn't done yet. And she's saying, hey, I still need to pay him. And here's the issue. Well, Valley, she's saying she needs to pay him. In the video, when they're trying to steal the store from her, like they're just going to try to take the store from her, she's saying, I need to look at stuff still to pay them. Valley, what I'm saying is she knows about that she hasn't counted some stuff up yet, and she's saying, hey, I still need to count this stuff up. See how much I owe him to pay him. It doesn't matter that it legally doesn't matter, Valley. It matters that they're not, because if you remember, he literally says, well, no, that's what she was going to do. She's in that midterm period where they count up everything. She hasn't gotten to count it up yet. Because, you know, because if you own a store, other people are going to sell the item for you. I am listening, Valley. Are you listening? She's going to count it up to see how much she owes him. She doesn't even have the money. The store has the money. That's the issue here, Valley. And here's the issue, Valley. The guy that takes the store, he says that the owners will be accountable for that. So she's like, oh, okay. I'll just leave you my paperwork. I do understand the problem, Valley. I'm listening to it fully. I've watched all the videos. She's saying I need to count it up to see what I owe him, like, from the store's profits. He's saying, you don't worry about that. We do. These aren't cards. These aren't cards, Valley. These are the Legos.
Okay. So Crystal ultimately also.
See, watch. He's going to say it.
Not necessarily yours.
That's a business thing, not necessarily yours. He's saying, you don't worry about that. They weren't given, Valley. They keep them in the back. When you put something on layaway, it's technically that person's, but they still have to pay for it. They're still in the back. She's saying that they're sure that, like, she hadn't gotten to check it. She never got to check it, but sure, some of them could have sold. What she's saying and what they're saying basically doesn't add up. I'm inclined to believe her because they're on video saying she doesn't need to worry about it. And yes, they did undervalue them in court. That's not on her. She doesn't get to decide that. The court does. The court always undervalues stuff. Usually it's to help the company if they're corrupt, which I have a very strong feeling that the court's corrupt.
The problem is that the collection was never being.
She didn't say she didn't care, Valley. She said she wanted to count it up, but they said she couldn't. They wanted her out. She never got to count it up. She literally said she cared at the start of this video. Like in this little CCT, where she doesn't know about Reckless Ben, she doesn't know about any of this other stuff gonna happen. She's like, hey, I still need, yeah, she was kicked out forcefully before she ever got to count it.
Remember, Ben won in small court claim.
Yeah, he won in small court claims, and then they shut down the store so they wouldn't have to pay. I think she's innocent. Like, maybe she's guilty of very bad accounting, but yeah, she's been court gagged, so she can't even claim her innocence. She can't even, like, come out with more info because, yeah. And then he's been court gagged. Ben has. So Ben can't even show, like, more of the evidence because he has a whole video proving it's bricks and minifigs. But he can't come out with it because they've gagged him. Yeah, Ben has the video. Hi, Coco.
Hey, because taking on the business, he takes on all that kind of side there.
So obviously, one could see that.
I'm very confident that it's bricks and minifigs is the one because Ben literally says, I have a whole video showing all this, but I can't show it because I'll go to jail.
And say she was intending to reconcile with Brian, maybe she hadn't gotten around to it, and of course corporate will probably take a more cynical view of what she's doing by printing these receipts. But the point is,
yeah, like she's literally printing the receipts so she can count them up. She's literally trying to do her job. Yeah, Minifigs is dead, a company at this point. They've basically killed their own company with this.
Stuff here on all sides. Abnormal stuff. Sure, maybe you can chalk some of this up to bad record keeping between the U-Haul, the layaways, the $20,000 in Lego sets that corporate called $2,000 to $5,000.
Due to the store expanding where they use the address next door.
No. Archive. No. I've looked into that too. That's an alternate claim someone's making.
That was there that night, the off-book deals, but even...
Yeah, the only thing the girl's probably guilty of is bad bookkeeping. Like, I could see her thought process with the bookkeeping because I've dealt with that kind of bookkeeping before. That's someone that was doing bookkeeping, not intending for someone else to take it over. She figured she'd still be working on it till the end.
If we can't, like, fully know 100%, you know, what these weird things were about, I think they tell a story of what actually happened to Brian's collection. In a way, multiple people, I think, are kind of right, kind of wrong. The Gormans were correct that more of that collection was there that night.
Here's the thing, Archive, we don't... This is true, Valley.
The takeover than previously thought. But corporate also alleged that some of it was offsite, and that appears to be partly true, although some of that is disputed, and it looks like, you know, way more of the collection was sold and layawayed than Brian was paid for. But all in all, there's a lot less missing than many people think, especially if your starting number is 200.
But here's the thing. This is only bad bookkeeping because she was stopped. If she had finished her bookkeeping for that night, we wouldn't have this issue right here. But they stopped her from doing it because he planned on stealing it. That's where I'm going. He planned on stealing it the whole time. That's why she was able to finish her bookkeeping. That's why it looks like bad bookkeeping.
$100,000. I estimated, and I must emphasize, estimated with bad records, that there's only about $10,000 to $20,000 in Lego that isn't explained by one of these sources. This isn't to say Brian's been fully compensated. Much of this, Brian wasn't paid for that I know of. So I estimate he's still out about $50,000 to $83,000 for Lego he wasn't compensated for. And I think honestly that's something that Bricks and Minifigs obviously should handle and make right. Regardless of what a franchisee does, the new one, the old one, the company behind it must stand behind their product, their service, and I can't imagine a better example of a company doing the opposite. Unfortunately, Bricks and Minifigs has chosen to deflect and dodge responsibility at most opportunities and created a really awful customer experience that has snowballed into this crazy series of events. But instead of taking accountability for that, they've taken an aggressive legal strategy, which I told them personally was a horrible idea.
Yeah, like what I'm saying is that paper, the way her record keeping was someone that wasn't prepared to hand it over. That's not bad bookkeeping. That's personal bookkeeping. You're going to skip some steps. You're going to move stuff around. If she'd known they were going to be giving the store over that night, she probably would have had a spreadsheet that was a lot more, like, clear and concise about where things were.
As of writing this, Brian Mansell is being sued for $1.3 million as part of a legal campaign against him and Reckless Ben and any of the associates. Remember, Brian is the same guy who lost all these Legos at Bricks and Minifigs store. And I told the CEO and COO that's ridiculous and they should drop this. Look, mistakes have been made by plenty of people here, but there's a lot more people who have inflicted self-owns, the likes of which we've rarely seen, by just choosing the worst possible path at every fork in the road. No pun intended. But the best path to making things right, in my view, is by just making Brian whole and moving on. Drop the aggressive legal strategy. You are a Lego store at the end of the day. You are supposed to be about fun, not about a rerun of Suits. But anyways, that's my investigation. Those are my closing thoughts. And I knew I wanted to approach everyone involved in this whole story with my results and see what they thought to close things out. Does all that make sense to you? Because I'm showing everyone in this story and saying, hey,
the thing
are any of these numbers blowing your mind, or is any of this crazy to you?
No, it's not crazy. But what's crazy, again, like all the photo evidence that both sides have points to there being, sure, $20,000 worth of Lego of Star Wars Lego in the store that night, right? I don't know, man. I'm just like.
I'm gonna be honest, this guy doesn't feel like he knows what he's doing.
Can people understand maybe why there was some confusion and why there was some hesitation when somebody comes in and says, hey, you owe me $60,000 worth of product and Lego, and we go, we don't even know who you are. Like, yeah, Crystal mentioned something about consignment on her way out the door. And we go, sure, we'll get that figured out. But then the guy just walks in and demands $60,000 worth of Lego.
That's because, and he's even explained why he walked in. He'd been waiting to hear back about the money he was owed. You should have been on that consignment that day.
Like, what am I supposed to do other than say, cool, show me, can you show me the proof?
The problem is there's so much of a dispute on the timeline, and this is what's going to make this story so hard to tell, is like, they say, you guys are unreasonable. They tried, and eventually they gave up. But they say they tried it. They were basically met with, like, unreasonable requests, things like that. So
verification, documentation, is that unreasonable, do you think?
He brought in a paper that has the previous owner's signatures on it, and you denied it. Like, he's literally come explain this in one of Ben's videos. And verification is reasonable, and he brought it in.
Well, I think they would say they provided the documentation.
Yeah, they provided it.
Say you need more documentation. So I mean, that's kind of the
right. A spread, like, I understand a spreadsheet and a contract are a good start.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we never got that. That was never sent to us at corporate, by the way.
Y'all do have the spreadsheet though, yeah? Y'all have the spreadsheet.
That was shared online, but months after we asked for it.
It says it's. I'm so confused. It says I'm on the file right now. It says storage used, owned by BAM Franchising Inc. Owner Salem.or bricksandminifigs.com.
Yeah, that's where I'm like pissed off. He's like, we got it. We never saw it. Huh? Keep your story straight if you're gonna lie.
What are you looking at?
It says owner Salem.or at bricksandminifigs.com. That's you guys. It says owned by BAM Franchising Inc. It says created September 6, 2024. And when I look at it, this is the Mansell list, I believe.
She had basically they knew about all of it. And they're just they're constantly changing their story.
So this would have been created under so we have the
y'all definitely have this. Y'all have access to this.
Well, I had no idea. So if this is the first,
you're the owner of the entire thing. You're the CEO and owner. And you're claiming you didn't know about it. I'm sorry, but that infuriates me.
It's right
anybody
here,
has shown me that
you would have access to everything.
That a spreadsheet was created using Bricks and Minifigs Salem, and all of this stuff was archived. This is the first I've seen that this spreadsheet was created by Crystal. And we don't know how accurate it is, how up to date it was. We don't know a lot of those types of things. And understand, I appreciate you sharing this with us because we had no idea. Again, you don't know what you don't.
You don't have any idea.
You can't, we don't know everything.
Yeah, you're the one that uses the storage.
Looking in every nook and cranny everywhere, we just don't know some of those things. So if that's there, we can now have our team go look for that.
When it comes right down to it, they're going to have to make a judgment call and say, who's telling the truth? The people who were taking all the pictures and we couldn't take pictures of everything the night of, but we're being honest consistently, and the people who are saying, there was $5,000 there. Really? That makes no sense. We've got the evidence, and yes, there's a discrepancy. We acknowledge we did not take pictures of everything, but does that mean that the discrepancy is, and
I can see them not being able to take pictures of everything because they're getting rushed out the door. So of course they wouldn't be able to take pictures of everything.
Therefore, these missing, percentage, whatever that would be, 5%, is some magical other place. Or it was sitting there in the store and we didn't get pictures of it.
If I messed up,
explanation.
If I messed up on my record keeping, I will take accountability for that. It's possible. If my staff...
She's even saying she'd take accountability for the record keeping if she messed up on something.
Didn't draw attention that consignments had left out, so I'd move them to the thing. Any of that, I will take accountability to that. I am more than willing to do that. I need BAM to show me those tickets.
As they promised to do.
I will sit down with Brian.
Yeah, and she's like, just show me the tickets and I can fix it.
Talk this over and figure out what we missed and where it was missed and how it was missed and make that right with him.
I mean, that's new information no one's ever found out, so that's awesome. They're gonna lose hundreds of millions of dollars because of their own wrongdoing. They're literally gonna destroy their entire company because they're this stubborn over maybe $20,000 worth of Lego.
Sure, I'll be keeping you in the loop with what
Nice. I'm excited. This was good work. My other final thoughts is, dude, you solved it, dude. That's awesome.
Yeah, they're not working. They weren't working with him near the end of that.
Have you readied the company email they sent to the store before this video?
I haven't read that email, but yeah, CoffeeZilla usually goes pretty in depth. They've lost hundreds of millions now. Their company's dead in the water. whether this ends in their win or not. Like, even if they do win, they've lost. 1 million isn't going to save their store or their company. It's crazy, but yeah, that was CoffeeZilla and the big, possibly final update of the Lego scam. Give him a like and a follow, because you know he does a lot of good work. Give me a like and follow if you want to, not that I care or anything. Smoke bomb. Yeah, whatever's said is fine. Is like, that's entirely, like I said, I understand her accounting style. Yeah, they're already gonna have to pay legal fees, and legal fees are gonna be more than that, probably. Alright, we're gonna start with some Boka. I don't think they have a PR team archive, because half of what they've done screams, we have no experience. We're gonna play some Boka, and then we're gonna play, I think we're gonna play some more Path of Exile. But yeah, Boka, and then Coco! Hi, Coco! What you doing, Coco? They have a small company for PR? That's hilarious. We did this. Now we're on the next one. I'm just existing. Coco, do you want to join the call? Do you want to talk to me while I'm playing this? It's going from bad to worse. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Otis command calls have been working out well enough. I'll give her that. We've managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Otis is like, really? Why are you waving your hand all of a arm and hand signals? What signals? What's swinging the arm sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know?
I've been really enjoying a game called Void.
It's scatter, damn it! So scatter!
Explosive ordnance of ignorant mobs and bosses. D.
Oh, I want to play Voidling Bound. We played the beta. We played a beta test, basically, version of it, and it was so fun. Valley doesn't play Repo because she doesn't love me, guys. But don't get cancer. What do you mean? That was close. We almost got flattened. Damn it. Even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary military training would have recognized a hand signal that basic. Well, we're not trained soldiers here, are we? Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make boast of a chivalric elegance. Yet when thou thoroughly wave this thine arm about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in that mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth, I am left bereft of understanding thou meanest to say. To think that all of the personnel in the team, only the Suby has the discipline to interpret a basic field signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days. And realistically speaking, did you expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. After all the operations all of you have been deployed under my lead, you're all still ignorant when it comes to nonverbal signals. I don't think even Dante would know those signals. Yup, might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Do I even know where Swabia is? No. Is it near China? Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Otis' instructions. We should disperse and withdraw. Megaton landing! It's in Germany? Hey, pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Whoa, aren't you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Oh, Finito a million years ago. You guys are taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by thundering descent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the independence of a wellspring. Don't you worry your head about it. That's all aft teams to take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized the last of the distortions outside of the building. Great! Can you check on the distorted peeps' faces and clothes? Their faces are all segmented and makes my skin crawl. Not a pleasant sight. As for their attire, this one appeared to be a sweeper. And that one appeared to bear the attire of an ordinary fixer. Are they gay and European? And this distortion I landed on, probably a local resident, judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie, you know what? Let us let all upstairs. The suppression request is kind of a pain. We need to put together a nice, neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, sayest thou? How? Was this not a mere saying of slain distortions where they stand? Wait, did nobody brief you? This has oft been the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterwards do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task to which we have committed our hands. Really? Well, I guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. I mean, you're gay and American? No, I'm not! I'm Irish. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. This time, that dude. I mean, Mr. Bamboo had Kim is also here, so... Huh? He's okay now? Oh, sure he is. You'd be surprised when you see him just how okay he is now. But last time you said he was still under treatment. To be precise, I believe Miss Angdu stated that his mind had yet to regain its former tranquility. That. You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. You have arrived. It's blinding. So bright, the midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Yet the warm tickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Because unlike this, there's more to sunshine than its warmth. Then what exactly is so bright? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Erza. I am yet to be accustomed to this machine. This is the first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. It's activated on its own accord, and yet to discover the method of which it may be silenced. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something or you broken. Nothing comes of it, I tell you. But Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care. Yes, and that only works if you're savvy about the knack. Hang on, did you just say mentor? I did not. Yep, been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. Do you really have to dress it up like that? I told you. I only took on the role because there weren't anyone else around to take the job. Switch, where's the switch? Aha, gotcha. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Look at him. He's like, eh. He's like, eh, leave me alone. Goodness. Known as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Ah, yes, that's me. Guess I should say, pleased to meet you, folks. About died. He's just like, eh. He's holding on to his tie like, ugh, why do I have to wear this thing? He's just like me, guys. For real, for real. Let me go get another soda, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back, guys. Let me go get a spoon. Got me spoons. Yeah. High levels of goofball energy. I'm not a coward. You're a coward. Coward. Okay, so more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. Bamboo Head Kim, I remember, who was a man who drowned his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he was distorted and sucking into himself, so I figured this original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. You telling me this guy here is Bamboo Head Kim? We double checked with Urgent and he said he really is the same guy. Whoa, that's fire on your head. Not hot at all. Fascinating stuff. Can you? Okay, can we check it? Can we check again just in case? I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this guy's sullen, serious man whom we fought. He's rubbing my face all over as he's checking some kind of mantelpiece ornament. Lots of ticking and talking going on. That's supposed to sound like some talking to you folks. I have no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. Undo what exactly have you been telling people out there about me? They're all staring like they've suddenly seen a ghost. I told them you're a gallant and formidable warrior, mentor. But they don't look like they're heard the most flattering things about me. There, don't you hear it? That faint undercurrent of disappointment and the ticking. I'm suspicious of you, Boka. I'm gonna fight you. I also told him that you are a man of few words, but with most affection for the followers under your command. Undo. Yes, mentor. That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not someone you can say about a guy who's as talkative as me, don't you think? Yet, I spoke no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you're more reserved and tactful than when conversing with those unfamiliar to you. Are you not? This is literally, but you're senpai. Senpai is senpai. She's literally having a senpai moment with this guy. All right, I need to read what that just said. No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him. So, I refrain from mentioning any truth that might invite the latter. You even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master. Will not be unlike spitting on his name and mine, by extension. Can we have this version of Bamboo Head Kim, please? That'd be pretty cool if we could have him. Google it and it means I won't trust you. Google what? Convidae? Why am I Googling Convidae? Like, Corvidae. Why am I Googling Corvidae? Like, I don't understand. I'm not supposed to Google it. Okay. Why are you talking about what I assume is ravens? I'm sure there are like other types of Corvidae, but I'm gonna say ravens. If you're referring to like the birds. If there's a music company, I'm sorry, I didn't know. I don't know the exact name. I just know that I've heard, I think it's magpies and ravens referred to as corvids. I guess maybe like I don't know. Let me think about this for a little bit. Well, aren't jackdaws kind of the same thing? And crows are the same thing, so I guess those. I wouldn't know any others, though. Because crows are kind of, I'm pretty sure, are the same family as ravens. I've never heard of them referred to as such, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were. I said it. I said crows. Okay. Oh, so you can't see anything if I block this part, hmm? Do tell, how many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes, you know! Your own folk, huh? Then you have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to Olympus Company. Why didst thou not pay a visit to Latteee? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venture forth into the open air and touchable grass of field, clear of the storm of the heart. You like fucking with me too much, Valley. Bamboo-headed Shidun. I want him. He's so cute. And Asset's company is expected to act in the company's interest. Yet, for all reasons, I don't see you fighting in the field of battle during Operation Spider-Pyre. Otis, you're not a higher up. Shut up. You enjoy spending time with your friend? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That's why I don't like you, Otis. This is a man failure? I don't think he's a failure. I think he just very, like, what's the word? He's laissez-faire. He's like me. He just kind of lets things happen, kind of thing. What mission? Oh, that one. Him finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned towards Otis, although his hand was still on my head. Alright, clearly there's some disconnect in his expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all that about hard, bothersome work. Get what I mean? Okay, he's a guy failure. He's my guy failure, though. Leave him alone. He's cute. How are you so stupid but also know how to use laissez-faire? Because I'm not that stupid. I just... What's the word? I'm laissez-faire. And I don't really... I don't like to portray myself as smart. Because I, myself, don't feel like I'm that smart. But I was always called a genius when I was in kindergarten, middle school. I got really high marks on the SATs. I got really high marks on pretty much any like long form test I get high marks on. As long as you don't put like trick questions and stuff, I tend to do really good. Because I second guess myself a lot. So trick questions always get me. Even if I normally would know the answer, I tend to second guess myself, so. You're better at modified questions? The hell is a modified question? Okay. The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? So let's talk about the fellow I am. The kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout, who's forced to do his job with a frown. Two, I might add. Only when he's absolutely got no other choice. I'm gonna fight, Phil. I'm really not some big shot who's apparently been promoting me as folks. I'd very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Fine, then why did you join the LCD in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind that. They probably forced you to stay. You catch on quick. First they spouted this nonsense about distortions and all. The force hired me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. The other day they were again on about, what's it named, Golden Bow? Yes, they invited me on a tour to another department to listen to some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. Hongdu, dear, there are times when your commitment to duty shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I might have to squint when I look at you. Who knows? Maybe that's why I wear this bamboo hat, to shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. You mean to say that you're in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Lady Urza, might I submit a request for a pair of sunglasses for my mentor? Oh, if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. That right there. That's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every little silly thing he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up to a lot, you know. You gotta save up everything you can of the piggy bank while you still can, or you'll end up broke. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then pay! Make the purchase for me! I shall cover the cost myself. No, can't do. Wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort. Yet I possess neither wisdom nor knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants and the maze of stalls to locate the very best item. So I must beg this favor of you. You're giving me a freaking headache, girl. I'm aware that you and yours are no strangers to such dealings. There is no one else I can trust to complete such a pyramid with swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get you what you want. You heard the ginger lady, mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. My apologies for interrupting you amid conversations. Pray continue. You have reached the part where you're invited to a tour in another department. I'm scared. She's too serious now. It's scary. I want to fight you, Valley. No sooner had Angdu's words left her lips than her eyes glinted with something that I couldn't really put my finger on, but it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Yeah, so that day I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV, Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess. Let's say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company. Yeah, I suppose I do. Kim's gaze lingered on the Angdu's prosthetic arms as he answered. Ah, Miss Angdu, your arms! Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair notice Angdu's brand new prosthetic arms. Angdu had lost both her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. It's not just the arms, even her clothes are different now, and that sword. I had these arms fitted as anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious host in one of the LCD departments had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Angdu held up her dark metallic wrists to showcase them. The components fixed along her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Oh, such marvelous, graceful smoothness! Wet to the machine articulation. 'Tis a true I'm beholding the marvelous prosthesis of an illustrious Siegfried himself. Yep, the showcase would have gone lackluster without that trademark reaction. Those are strikingly similar to Schwartz Industries' N7 lineup, but I thought that model was discontinued. Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by LCD's Phenomena Deciphering team. They put them on her for trial. Now you'll find another like them. They're based on technology spun from distortions. Oh, I see. Oh, poor baby. He thought his parents' stuff was still around. For a brief moment, Baka! Hi, whatevs. For a moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. Then just as quickly, he fell silent, whatever he wanted to say next catching in his chest. Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? Poor baby. It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair and why it cast a shadow over his face. But sorry, I just reminded of something from long ago. My dad used to work with prosthesis before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lack tact. These arms have stirred a painful memory for that, I apologize. It's alright. I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it, there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown a great deal. You can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that my blade that could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she instead on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my hands on every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life. Walking through the workshop street that day. Chat, let's go gambling. Oh, dang it. Girl, we walked for just 4 hours. That's nothing. While everyone was distracted, taking in Angdu's new outfit and equipment, Kim in quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. He was rummaging through things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyway, what's this place supposed to be? What are all these things? It's basically a wreck now, but there are strobes, that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it was used to be a photo studio? Huh, maybe that could explain why there's so many photos stuck around the place. It is extremely free to play, friendly, salt. Probably. This thing definitely looks like a camera, at least. I'm gonna kick your ass, Valley. Where are the hot horse girls? I have a hot horse guy? Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hand, studying with curiosity. And I want the story, goddammit! More Dr. Pepper. Why do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? Ah, there's some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's... Otis shouted a sharp warning as Sinclair as if she had realized something. Mershara saw his hand shot out before she could finish, collapsing over Sinclair's wrist before he could be pulled out. What did I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already put it out a little bit, though. It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the rigid section on the cylinder. I am currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern. You mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates. Yep, it went back in. With a quiet nod, Mercer took the object from Sinclair's hand. It seems to be a film roll. There seems to be something written on the outside. Experiment number 4. It appears to be a compact roll of film camera. You seem to have handled one before. Yes. Mercer's answer came without any explanation, but the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly did not look like that of a first-timer. I once received a report containing photographs taken on film and cameras during the war. Film rolls used by Incorp are particularly difficult to falsify. They were often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium from what I've heard. A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Anyway, we managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortions, guys. Where should we begin? Then in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I, we are still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. For all her unfailing perky disposition, Ezra too may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Does there yet remain aught deserving illumination? Yeah, wait, you're right. Haven't we cleaned up the distortions already? Couldn't feel any distortion, more traces of distortions nearby. It didn't seem like any of the other center teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Dante is asking whether the distortion suppression has not, in fact, already been concluded. Oh, not yet. These people we fought just now, they only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even gotten close to the distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leader around is gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration as though she had just been handled a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. Are you referring to the point on the graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context, it may less be a mathematical term and more of a specialized puzzle referring to the point at which the distortion occurs, the motive, intent, or indeed the point in which inflection of the mind occurs. Yep, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use that term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflictor, or cause behind it. Stuff like that. Thank you for the subby, Lone Wolf. Thank you. Welcome stream. How you one time in the Dragon Cave? Rich. I'm guessing your name is Rich? You know distortion's hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like. But if you never find the root cause, the distortion is never getting solved. How tall is Ezra? I think she's supposed to be like 7'6" or something. Because Yisang's supposed to be one of the tallest. After Mersal. And Mersal's about the same size as her. Yeah, she's supposed to be pretty tall. She's also carrying about 500 pounds of equipment on her. So yeah, she's a unit. That suitcase right there has like 30 something weapons in it. I think the coat is like its own kind of like equipment, and it's like a couple 100 pounds. So I guess you guys could never really look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clocks opens a door to their fathoms or whatever, right? You mean the Dungeon of the Fathoms? Yep, that's the one. From where we're standing, distortions are really high maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. But you guys can just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot out of everything in there, and then ta-da! Patient ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Ugh. Not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about that. I almost bit my sleeve off. Verily, I thought you guys would set about resolving distortions once the foe was vanquished, as we are wont to do. Was that not so? Of course not. Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if that were as simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time, peeps try a brute force approach to it first, and then when things go south, they send requests to the company to our detective's office. That means the client this time must have been Bingo! Apparently the residents of Butter Street had all chipped in on commissions, all kinds of agencies like Sawai and the Combat Specialist Fixer's Office, but none of them could actually do things right. The job got passed on to us. Exactly, that's why we gotta find something. Anything that might count as a clue. Treasure gazed down at people lying on the floor with complex expression. Neat ash gray suits and the logo on the collar of their uniform and briefcases. Isn't that Incorp's logo? Yeah, I heard we're going to Incorp now. Come to think of it, wasn't Mersal... I was once employed by Incorp. Well, I used to work with those people? Yeah, he did mention that he used to work at Incorp. Maybe he can offer us some insight. Do you know who these guys are, Mersal? Yes, manager. These are Incorp, Class 2 staff members. Given the camera briefcases in their possession, they are likely members of Pine Frame Team of Service Des Cloths. Mersal recited the information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted out and placed in the back of the shelf in his bind. Okay, Pine Frame Team, huh? Anything we can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of Incorp's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of Incorp's internal information, analysis of Incorp's internal intelligence, the sorting and arranging of Incorp's internal information, and intersector. That'd be enough. Whoa, is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. You think it'll be okay if we borrow him sometimes? Might be an issue for us if you just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. Looks like everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia. Anyway, the encyclopedia is right. They're from Incorp's pen frame team. Seen them a few times before in Incorp's nest. But why would people already busy enough dealing with nest affairs come all the way out to a shabby back street like this? Got any guesses? I'm unable to determine that. Eh? The possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come out here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. Detrimentive. Basically, he's saying there's a lot of reasons they would be out here, but none that he can, like... none that he can iron down as being more likely. Because aside from combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then. Okay then, Mersal, maybe this will be easier to answer. From an objective point of view, and that was what I noticed, something I'd never imagined would happen. Mersal's eyes widened. His gaze fixed me with such force that I almost felt the faint tremor in it. A leveling stare came from with... There is no such thing as an objective point of view. Manager. Oh, he was insulted. A clipped tone and almost bordering on rebuke. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately, all things are subjective, without exception. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Mersal's reaction caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he was always refused to make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner. Got it. Then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way to the back streets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can. Because I'll never know when I get another chance to get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, oh, I see, my bad. Yes, manager. I would presume their mission was one or all of the following. A retrieval of the video recordings or recordings in violation of in-corp taboo, prompt elimination of the violator, contact with an informant and then backstreets collaborating with the in-corp's nest, or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals assigned by the nest. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know. Like, wigs usually have their minor taboo violations handled by a subcontract fixer's office or employees of the department in charge. I'd say these guys here are in-corp staff. Misang, dude, what are you looking in their pockets for? I'm looking for their belongings. For enlightening clues, you have to be hidden in the sleeve or the fold of their garment. Lady Moses has been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her with but a single glance, yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look too. This is an employer card. Okay, and this one's a wallet, so let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. Ah, this might be it. An order missive. Ezra pulled a sheet of paper out from an in-corp staff's coat and read its contents aloud. Work details. Elimination of individual of a category 3 taboo violation. Address, Butter Street. This is the place. Which means all this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in the studio and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yeah, now that you mention it, when that whole pop and change thing happened, it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by coming through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last, have the hour debut arrived for my debut as a detective? For itself! Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective in T-Corp. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out detective props that had been given to her Rodnia, Ryoshi, and Honglu back then. Verily, I had foreseen the day that would come. Fortunately, Otis wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make a detective chivalric adventure stuff the costume away. Poor baby just wants to be Sherlock Holmes. Leave her alone. Okay, then, what should get moving to? Is there going to be any combat in this story? I don't know how we get point. Oh, there we go. Say it and it shall appear.
오케이. 이럴 것 같아서 대기 타고 있었지.
I don't have any, like, good team members, do I? No, I don't. I do have some... I have a Blade lineage, which we're not going to use. And I have a Blade lineage here. But we're not going to use her. We're just going to use these 5, because these 5 will rip and tear through everything anyways. Let's put... I almost have her ready. I need to get this girl up to 60. And she could be like the... Although the Heishu Malbranch is pretty good by herself. Alright, what does this look like?
태어나겠습니다.
Do I need to put them on? I do. Okay. We'll be fine though. Yeah, everyone else is level 60. And they're like high level characters. We spent a long while rifling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There sure are a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that. Aside from a canister containing film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that can count as proper clue. Executive Manager confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. Let's probably check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, executive manager. I'll find a way to develop the film. Do you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little bit more before we see what's on that film roll. What do you make of this object, Mentor? For the 8th time, Angdo, I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like that team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. But Mentor hadn't already passed the royal? Once swung a sword does not retrace its arc, Angdu. So it is life. There's no undoing what has already been cut. Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has been slashed away. Not for you, Mentor. Ought you not dwell on what can no longer be undone? I misspoke. I did not mean it that way, Angdu. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware. You have told me as much since long ago. Wherever you were placed in a position to retrace the past. Mostly at an eateries where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by your own erring hand. I love it. Hi, Alias! Hey, ow! My belly! I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. This spot. The very wound you once gave me affects me yet. The one from when you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard. Yet by some cruel turn, it was your sword that ran me through. You said it was completely healed, and that I did not need to concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. It still aches every now and then, chiefly when I hear you sharp, cutting words that really don't want to hear. Ah, is that so? Juice. You shouldn't have said that, buddy. Pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. What's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp, cutting words afflicts you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause you no suffering. Ah. You're stuck with her, man. You're stuck with her. A wet dish towel being wrung dry. This is definitely a moment of Senpai is a lot better when it push comes to shove, but right now he's gonna be as lazy as he can be. And I adore that type of personality where they're just trying to be laissez-faire, but then reality catches up to them and forces them to do something. Young Angdu, there's a matter I would ask thee. Apparently I wasn't the only one that felt that way about him. Pray, speak freely. This perhaps be a courteous inquiry, but I too, when speaking to others whom I serve, often ornaments my words with a laundry of acceptable degree, and yet... I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose it's your first time seeing Mentor with his shoulders so unbraced, and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I was wondering if such a manner could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I've never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect towards the bleeds of my own and those alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart. All of these are undoubtedly the teachings of my mentor as imparted on to me. Truly? Why, if fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness Mentor's true self yourself someday. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river to arrive at such a chance. Then leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, "Besides, unless I speak with this feigned stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I would ask you for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit. Forsooth, thou hast been burdened with the trivials of serving your superior." She basically said, yeah, I have to be like this or he'll be lazier. Just as I witnessed the budding of this peculiar bond of commensuration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advance party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Didn't they say there were only a single violator? Oh, crap. Looks like it's too late for our weirdos, whatever excuses we come up with. Oh boy, this is not gonna go well. Same thing happened last time when I saw the Incorp employees. I thought we had the wrong intel, and all of a sudden flash blinded my vision light. After I stared straight into the bursting, searing white light. So intense and bright, it made my head swim. Yeah, there was this same pop and with my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur. Until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Oh. It didn't take me long to realize what was happening. Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Youngdu? Though Escort may indeed be passing through hard times, this alley was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? Was that right? Looks much the same to me. Ah, this place. Did we just get teleported to Escort? No, Dante. It generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude. This is... I think I know what this is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms, the sheen of the light, and even the air we breathed, all of them pointed towards a single phenomenon. This is the depth of fathoms. Fathoms made entirely out of a distortion. There are completely different distortions where the Incorp employees were just a moment ago. Executive manager, this is exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. Oh dear. Where Ezra pointed, the people in smart, neat dress suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in blood-stained dopo robes were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps. Right, let's fight first, talk later, okay? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. And wait, where's Benjamin dude? I'm afraid he's already taken his leave. He said he had no desire to cross blades with chokons of S-Corp twice. Come on, man, not again! He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive manager? Wherever Kim's gone off to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right, let's do what Ezra said and get ready for battle. On your orders, Executive Manager. Men, prepare for battle.
요료슈쿠! 엄마가 만반잘부는 싫다고 해서 내가 만들어준 인사말이야. 요슈니까 요료슈쿠!
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
가속 펀치!
대안에게 충분합니다.
그딴 컨디션으로 놈에게 덤빈다라. 데카당스식 예술이라도 보여줄 셈인가? 재밌겠는데?
하나, 둘, 확산!
저 개체는 오래 버티진 못하겠군.
관리자가 상황에 맞는
이거
효과적인
맞지?
공격 수단을 택했으니
필살!
당연한 결과일 테지.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
브레이크 슬램!
원치 않게 받은 선물도 도움이 될 때가 있지. 엄마와 같은 색으로 갈아 끼워진 내 의안처럼.
예측할 수 없게! 대전! 둘! 자!
셋째.
무타법을 이제야 좀 이해했군.
결정, 해군, 초월, 지령에게
클리포트
불확실한 것은
억지력이
없네.
높아진 지금 서둘러 제압을 마치는 게 좋을 거야, 관리자님.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
조준은 필요 없지.
Shotgun to the face.
아비 교환.
이미 우리는 손에 많은 피를 묻혔잖아. 몇 명 늘어난다고 달라지는 건 없어.
How do you pet the dog in Hollow Cure?
망설임이 없도록.
대상 확인, 철침탄, 트랜지션, 확산탄, 임상시험 성공.
신입 연구원들도
요일 판수.
저분들처럼만 해주시면 좋을 텐데.
그랬었지. 불가능한 꿈이죠. 환상체와 뒷꿈 모두 외워야 할 관리법과 내성이 워낙 많잖아요.
검수망 모드!
틈을 끊어.
미래를
반듯한
과거와
일격이었어.
같이
실로
Yeah, she's taller than Mersault. Like when you see them next to each other, she's taller than Mersault, so she's super tall.
훌륭하군요.
Holy crap, she's strong now.
대상 확인, 철침탄, 트랜지션, 확산탄, 임상시험 성공.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길
여유판
잘했네.
회수.
그렇게만 해.
That was one attack. That probably wasn't even one of her strongest attacks, and she just smacked him for 100.
지루하군. 하지만 이런 시시한 전투에도 긴장감을 불어넣어줄 비장의 예술이 하나 있지. 박수갈치는 언제 보낼 생각이지?
여유탄
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
That should be all of them. Survey the area with a measured alert. Angdu cast the blood from her sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it back in its sheath. Huh. Not changing back. Doesn't look like beating the distorted ones reverts them immediately this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events. Anyway, let's search for clues while time allows us. Right. You take that side, Angdu. I'll search here. Ezra and Angdu moved as through they were used to this kind of situation. Well, even take a moment to catch their breath after the battle. They began searching the space. Pretty. Angdu was the first to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon our arrival hither, yet never before have I beheld our surroundings change with such a sudden flash. Really, I cannot make sense of this situation. Couldst thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon? Apologies. I appear to have overlooked the briefing during the emergency of this predicament. This, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion. It's basically when a whole space distorts. And since places, buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed into a certain space. For this one, looks like the distortion's already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage, probably? They don't usually get this big, but this one here is covering almost an entire street. Okay, interesting. Then those people, yeah, they entered this space and got caught up in it. Our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up, and what happens to them once they're in. Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon this environment. Oh, by that I mean when a distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. Boka is so very cute. Go. Boka is so super duper cute. Go. I'm gonna fight you, Will. And thank you for the Patty's daughter. I'm sorry I'm late on this. Boka is not cute. In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion even if we whoop these guys' butts 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over here too? With a call on Ezra directed our attention to the rows of collapsed people all around, all of them clad in dopa ribs. And these are... The glyph emblazoned upon their headbands, Chu, bespeaks propulsion and pursuit. It marks them as Chaunukuns? Chinakuns. Functionaries charged with scouring and hunting of runaway nobles. Nobbies. Why are you like this? What's your problem? You hail from homelands as we do. I'm unsurprised that you know of them. What was that? I could hardly fail to know, for I, too, was once enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being disposed of their stations and escorts, after all. So this was no idle tale. Scientists who ply their craft without fattening escorts' coffers are seized forthwith and made nobbies of the corporation. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have absconded with friends before the brand of Nobi could be impressed upon us. Otherwise... Nobi, the wretched appellation of comfort upon people for the convenience of those in power. A vile practice, an excuse for their power mongering, nothing more. The so-called taboo hunters of S-Corp operate by much the same anatomy. Does the breaching of taboo summon the hunter, or does the hunter first seize his prey to thereafter frame the captor with invented transgression? If the powerful so desire to chase a man down, to take possession of his very being and keep him caged, then they need only decree that he should bear the lot of Nobi. Such is what S-Corp has become today. My mentor, too, is one of the victims of that accursed practice. Then could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor, or you saying? Or me, perhaps, or none of us? You mean to state that they may be conceptual forms of Chukuns? Chukuns? I know I'm saying that wrong. Generated by the distortion that is plausible conjecture? We are getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, pressed her fingers against her brows to her head as we started to pound in frustration. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, it would not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things with memories most foul. Give me a second, guys. Here, got me something. Okay. The presence of the Chikun suggests a possible correspondent with Yuseng's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens that hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from Bamboo-Hatted Kim or Angdu's memories. Angdu furrowed her brow and fell into a thought as she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect their surroundings. But this one, I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. I can't even guess what distortion wants either. Pop again. White flash of light, something drowned my vision as again as
Dragon just got home from work and it's 3:49 a.m. Bokath 1 petty, Bokath 1 petty.
But hi, Nightlight. I hope you're doing well. The white flash of light suddenly drowned out my vision again as Ezra clutched her head and cried out in annoyance. Only the team leader was here. Cracking this would have been a piece of cake. And we're back. This is why you kept asking whether we'd seen anything with a pop. Yeah? Checks out. The Incorp employees must have it rough too, getting dragged into distortion like this. Later, I don't have work, so I'm staying up. Okay. We'll be playing some Poe later. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? Self-defense. They were about to attack us. I'm having fun, Cheddar. We'll just do a long stream again tonight. We're not really doing anything today. I haven't got any requests to play games today from anyone. Valley. Why are you drunk? And why are you telling me to play Woman Wonderwall? Like what? It's Fruitati? It's Fruitati, huh? It's Fruitati? No, that's going away in the bank, Valley. Every time it's Friday, I'm gonna say, hey, Valley, it's Fruitati! It is Sunday. Which you knew at the start of this stream, Valley. So apparently this drunkenness started afterwards. Okay. Joke's on you. I don't remember the weekend even without drinking alcohol. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first we need to develop the film we found here. We'll need to head to the nearest dark room and... Nah, actually, let's drag that slippery hat-wearing colt back here and make him talk about the Chocons. That's probably our best bet. Ugh, every time we take a job, that slacker slips off without telling anyone. I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? Huh? What? Boss Clock found something? I found bamboo-headed Kim is right now. He's with Heathcliff.
경미한 손실을 제외하면 완벽에 가까운 제압이었습니다. 이제 말씀하셨던 야근을 속히
어이, 알후가 탈출했다. 팀장이 나설 차례로군.
다음에는 류슈 팀원에게도 육체적 타격이 가능한 무기의 승인을 검토해 주십시오, 관리자님.
Yeah, you should probably let her use weapons she can use, you know?
자유로워질 수 없어. 이 자유로워질 수 없어. 이 거미줄을 끊어내지 않고서는.
컨제스천 클리닝 아머, 장비 장착까지 앞으로의 1분.
Do I have anyone else that can take an Incorp? Or Blade Saga? I think Blade Lineage and... Yeah. I have to say Blade Lineage and, Incorp are my, like, least gotten identities. Like, to a massive degree, if you can tell. I have 2 of them. Out of, I think, almost everyone in here should have one. We need more 2-stars.
내 작품 또 보고 싶었나 봐.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도 거미.
Potato. Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team. What the hell? What's up with these gets? They showed up out of nowhere. How should I know? But judging by their get up, they seem to be escort fellas. Things were going so well, we could have talked it out with those fedora guys who were rummaging through the place earlier. You know. But you know, you just had to go barking at them first. Would have saved us a lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Oh, so it's my fault! Those bastards look like they were nicking stuff. This is our contract area, ain't it? If they walked off with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Listen, bud, not everyone's itching to swipe hair coupons in their pockets the second they get a chance. Oh, for how many bloody months are you gonna milk that? Excuse me. What, you got a problem too, mate? Not at all. Just wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Is that the end of your troupe performance? Shame, I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. Might have mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom Land of Legends had there been a cup of fine Megalochio to go with it. Yeah, that's an enemy, alright. He has a name tag, though. It says, LCD. LCD or whatever, who gives a toss? I'm supposed to put up with every bastard having a dig at me? Oh dear. Such bold swings. Didn't know there was an encore to that performance, huh? You slippery little rat. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Behind you, there's... Wow, he took all those dope guys out with a single strike. I'd say that about covers the price of admittance to your troop circus, don't you? Wouldn't you? Well, then I'll leave the rest of you folks. Wandering Blades and Miriam tales never linger on the stage for long, after all. Why? Where the hell are you going? Ah, damn it.
클리포트 억지력을 약화시켰어. 이건 어쩔 수 없는 거야, 관리자님. 엔젤라님의 명령이거든. 나는 되도록 그녀의 심기를 거스르고 싶지 않아.
Oh, she burst out immediately.
강하지만 너무 경계만 할 필요는 없어요.
활용 가능성에 대해 고민해보게.
관리자의 지휘 성향을 고려하면 이제 행동불능에 빠진 개체를 적극적으로 노리겠네요.
아니, 여길 보면 여유가 생겼을 때 다른 상대에 더 집중한다는 지표가.
그 지표는 3개월 전 되었잖아요. 커피냅이 없대요.
저희는 신경 쓰지 마시고 테스트에 집중해 주세요.
Why are you guys talking to each other?
이미 우리는 손에 많은 피를 묻혔잖아. 몇 명 늘어난다고 달라지는 건 없어.
Oh. Well, hello there, guys. This is strange. I don't like this. I don't like that it changes the fight in the middle.
Boka one do Baka, I like Rodion and Ishi.
You like Rodion and Ishi. Did you get a new Rodion?
수에선 벗어났나?
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요?
적절한 비교 지표가 있는지 모르겠군. 유사 실험 기록이 있다면 바로 전송해주게.
반듯한 일격이었어. 실로 군더더기였군.
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
무타법을 이제야 좀 이해했군.
Hi, Ham Ham. How you doing, Ham Ham?
동강 내주기.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공호대 같았어.
Oh, you like these two that I'm using right now? Yeah. And they work really well together. Because they're both using bleed as like a base. I think they're both doing bleed seeking.
이런 제압은 회사에겐 효율적일지는 몰라도 직원들의 희생이 항상 뒤따르는 법이지. 그 희생을 값싼 대가로 여기는 게 아니라면 한상체 제압에 너무 집착하지는 마. 이곳의 목적이 그런 게 아니라는 건 관리자님도 알고 있잖아.
Yeah, hers is bleed burn, and then hers is bleed sinking. Yeah. So they're decent together. Highlight.
징계팀에서 다 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데 멀쩡한 장비가 남아있었나 봐.
앵두야, 왜 갑자기 아무 말도 않는 건지 궁금하구나.
덧붙일 말이 없을 만큼 형세가 유리해서 그랬습니다. 심심하시면
하지만
시라도 집게
슬슬
운이라도
몰리는군.
띄울까요?
근처에
아니,
용수염이라는 군
됐다.
거를 파는 곳 있나?
조용히 있으마.
있군. 그럼 오늘 림컨버 회식 메뉴는 수박을 곁들인 용수염 과자로 결정하지.
So let me get this straight. Dude was here a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered off to. Yeah, Bo just turned up out of nowhere, flapped his gums, did a runner before anyone could grab him. Ezra took a long listless sigh as she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Miss Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced, yet I trust you are also aware that more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. He's never left his post without purpose so far. No, I get it, okay? But come on, would it kill him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? It's not like we'd stop him, but what are we gonna do? Tie him up? Lock him in a closet? We don't do that to our team, right? Remember last time we all thought he was being a good patient and sleeping it off in the recovery ward, but nope. When the LCE got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. The team leader didn't even chew him out for that. They see Ezra, that's... Whoopsie, wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? Then the reason he failed to participate in the operation was... because the LTD was lax in supervising its personnel. Is that what you're suggesting? Lady Moses bade us hold our tongues for this very reason. She knew full well Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing. He wasn't just running around. He was outside all alone, taking down the ring automatons who'd walked down the elevator that leads to the LCE department. It's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there, but the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm. And nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He just somehow caught on and then did the job himself. Huh? Heard it's all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get the comms back up and contact the LCD chief dude way faster. And that helped the LCA to actually deploy. It would have been delayed for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in, apparently. And he went on fine, even though he still wasn't fully recovered. When he came back, he looked like he'd been processed through a meat grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient in a lot of pain. Then the soldier is not entirely deserving of reproach. Nope, he's a less talking, more doing type act, I guess. Anyway, we were all stuck inside the building back then during the incident, so fine. I suppose there was no helping it. Today, though, never mind. It's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back insane. It's done. The point is, what happens if one day one of those solo missions doesn't go his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions? Book's got to be relying on his gut feeling, isn't it? Those rules can't tell me what to do because I can't read. I'm gonna fight you. Gut feeling? Look, I only saw a bloke for a bit, all I could say. So I can't say I've got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but he didn't strike me so much as Cluzasod, who doesn't know where he's stepping. Heathcliff scratched his chin and then kept talking as though he was stating an obvious fact. He's proof enough, he's not one of us, so Clockeye couldn't have reached him from that far and sent him to back us up, and then there's no way he just happened to run into us just when we were about to get into battle, isn't it? Well, could be bloke's got some stupid sharp head on him and pieced things together, could be that. But I've got these moments when I get a flash of that gut feeling, whatever you want to call it. My boss man Matthew said he could hear that kind of shite too. Said, I can hear them gears turning and I think I hear rats scurrying about. He'd do things you couldn't make heads or tails of. Listen, there's this one time we were expecting a life and death fight. Matthew says, I can hear them gears turning, walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he lost his bloody mind. That does sound like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink barrel dry before battling whales to blunt their fear, only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. And boss could knock him back like a whale. So the point is, getting plastered right before a turf war is not the most sane thing people call a good idea. He had us all crossed, so we regret stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was the secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crowding around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they'll kill him and put an end to the dead rabbits. That's when we all came storming in and had them surrounded instead. Not a single of them got away. We beat them bloody, every last bastard, and the boss knew it'd play out that way. Are you sure that wasn't just coincidence? Sounds like a lot of barstool bragging. I should think it was no mere chance. If you're saying as much, then surely this was one but many such coincidences. Is that not so? Yeah, every time Matthew pulled out one of those stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. Wouldn't have kept working so neatly if it were just coincidence. It is likely what is referred to as, indeed, an instinctive sense or experience-based precognition. More accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at a coherent conclusion that surprises even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to the sixth sense, as some people would call it. Is that a compliment, or are you taking the piss out of me? My mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes. When all has passed, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask if you grant him a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Shy's playing Cinderia, guys! She might have a game video soon. I confess, I've also been concerned of him late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I've noticed in the past. To wait. Don Quixote began hesitant, then stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay. I suppose her team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Huh. Let us return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine. As the others quieted down, I finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. I can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas. But the red light... You know what's hilarious? Is he literally led us into a dark room where we needed to see the photos. Did he know that a red room would get distorted here? Somehow? That can't be coincidence. That's just too perfect. That's insane. And the red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my age and eyes. Oh, are you looking for the light switch here? It's right here. And right then. Don't turn on the light. I hear Marceau chipped warning, his voice clear from a corner I didn't expect to find. Marceau, where are you? Is he watching something? I am developing the film roll, manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire roll. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. Huh? Didn't think you knew how to print photographs, pal. What's that for, anyway? You expressed the wish to have the film developed, manager. I am carrying out that instruction. I see. A photo studio and now a darkroom. This may be more of a conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of this distortion rests upon a photographer. The film's serial numbers either match those found in the photo studio or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this darkroom is connected to the studio in some way. The images bear a striking resemblance to these photographs. I also believe this building and that photo studio share a strong connection. Oh, where did you get those photos? I bought some from the photo studio. Yeah! Read! Yay! Hi!
Bokath 1 Goob, I like Beast Rodian's outfit, it's cool. Bokath 1 Wood, I took a closer look and am now wondering if I'm just into women in suits.
You might be. Hi, Meow. Thank you for the raid. It's going well now, thank you. Hey, wait. I know what these are. People take pictures of like these when supplying stuff to the department store. It's going well. I hope your stream was well. They chose me. Aw, you cuties. You cuties. Making me blush. Correct. Photos must have been taken by a docugrapher. Mersault chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident of Incourt. What did you stream now? What were you playing? Well, that's good. Dark Souls 2 is pretty hard. I love Dark Souls 2. But it is probably one of the more difficult ones. There are some approximately 21 occupants. Don't try to... I will say this. Don't try to get all the achievements for Dark Souls 2. There's one notoriously hard... There's two achievements that are tied together that are notoriously very hard. Have I played Lobotomy Corporation yet? I've been thinking about playing it soon. Yeah, 2 has its own vibe. Most people prefer 1. But 2 does have a vibe to it. Do I know what else is very hard? I sure hope it ain't you, Allie. Get some after stream care, of course. And thank you for the lurky and the raid. Tinkle. Awesome and full of head. That's new. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these docugraphers, you mean? Are the people entrusted with that job? Yes, they photograph the information to be poured into canned experience. A docugrapher? How could such a person of such a decently lucrative profession fall into distortion? Decent job, maybe, but how do we know they're a decent person? Replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any dark rooms, right? No, it didn't. My team said that there are other ways of processing film rolls, but in Incorp, you have to go to a dark room to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in developer solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these dark rooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place is pretty far from the photo studio. Now that you mention it. Check out these windows. They're covered by newspaper. All messy like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light. It's really super suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know films can cost a fortune in some places in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Oh. Hi, Scott Scree. Blobcorp is arguably the hardest of all P-Moon games. I have heard that. This probably isn't even a legit darkroom. Someone just hauled in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos, and people don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Right? Manager. Mersault came to my side quietly. Still giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instruction to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until the development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes. However, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I have judged it necessary to make a separate request. Battle. There is no need for concern. I am capable of participating in combat while managing the development process. Wait, can you slow down? A battle, you say? Sure, there must be cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after N-Corp's pinframe team's staff were defeated. Deduction based on events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and this darkroom share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Senator Heathcliff, Senator Honglu, and Senator Gregor have battled N-Corp's pinframe team at this very location. I hear footsteps running up the staircase, approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know what Mersat is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning, the initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, manager. Mersat, you should have warned us way earlier. Understood, manager. I will follow that instruction going forward. I love Mersat. He's just... Oh my god, is he just the sweetest bean?
이제 다음 시련만 넘어서면 본인 또한 감히 나리의 가족이 될 수 있겠군. 그렇게 된다면 본인은 더 이상 추울 일도 외로울 일도 없을 테지.
I love how it's like, we're gonna have a fight. Talking. All right, we'll do one more talking segment and then we'll go on to Poe. After the battle, something sits ill with me. Amid the sprawl of S-Corp's backstreet distorted with flash, Angdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. And yet, at the end of her gaze, are those photographs? A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clip to a clothesline. I mistook it for a Kumajul boarding rope at first and gave it little attention. Yet upon closer look, I saw these pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung on within the darkroom and remained thus when distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by a location-type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bore from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of escort, yet these alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check them ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Mersat stepped forward and plucked a few photos off of it, and the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop, and again, a bright flash of white light blinded my vision for a moment. Good grief. This distortion likes to change its mind, huh? It keeps switching us between S-Corp and N-Corp. This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up and then goes slack right after. The sitters were busy grumbling about the distortion and its sudden jumps, except for Mersat, who stood right in front of me with the photo still held out in his hand. You didn't drop them? No. He gave his usual short answer, then returned to his attention to the cylinder that he had been shaking. You took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off of it with a clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we're here with the lights on. Now, is it okay to take the film out? Yes, exposure to light will not damage the film once development is complete and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. By relief, I held up the photograph so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. The people in the photographs look different from one another. If I had to pick one similarity between them, though, they all look cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's the city, all right. Ordinary folks, you'd see them anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photos they use to make canned experiences? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. Rippling. I was about to ask Foss if she felt the strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo? Is it even possible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? No. Result must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment, because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering any question. No, I thought you said docugraphers take these photos to put into canned experiences. Hi, dummy! Raw ingredients for canned experience are handled exclusively by the Grand Magician, Subathon. There is no known method for external parties to access them. Subathon, what? Oh, I think I've heard of it. Canned experiences, right? They're in Heidemann and other districts, too. But the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magician Subathon. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself, though. Can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. It's that popular, huh? The unprocessed space content of canned experience known as experience matter is supplied to reprocessing factories where the docugraphers fine-tune the experience details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience? An easier example for understanding would be to consider why docugraphers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for haute couture canned experience is increasing by day. So that's why photos earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experiences that can be easily encountered in reality is in low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested in their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself? Mayhap they have captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens? There are some people who take photographs knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I've seen some before. A staggering amount of money just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who'd take the risk and help take the picture. I'm not so crass as to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say maybe this isn't a matter of sentiments or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quite quietly expressed my thoughts. Executive Manager. I'm not exactly on authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to escort. That is, the escort from the past that only Kim and Angdu would have seen and remembered. These photos, though, they're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here. Strong enough to slip past even a distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look into the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Latteee says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Oh, good idea! Team leader did say that we should accept input from LCB with open arms. Hey Angdu, can you get me to the office catalog? We probably need a commission on office affiliate with Seven Association. Let's look for what we can... one that can take the request right away. Can you tell Ezra we're fine? I think I know where to find these people. Latteee says one of the people shown in the photographs has already been found. What? When? How? Well, I guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. DWRC? I think she said, do we regroup clock? That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. Hey. Rodia's with you, right? Could you put her on? Okay. Rodney, are you there? Eh, what? Dante wants to talk? One sec. I kind of went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything? Nate, can you grab extra boucher and baguettes for me? Love the ones at that street. They're so good. Hold on, I gotta readjust the pile if I wanna just throw them on TF. They're packaged. Ryoshi, you can't treat food like that, Kay. Bread has... I mean, bakers have feelings too, you know? How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? The scabbard is rattling again for no reason. Anyway, Dante, can you give me a sec? If you need me to fight, just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. No, it's not a fight. Huh? Then what's this about? It's the baker. I see it. The baker photo. I took a closer look at written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Mirza had brought me. Where's that bakery you're at? Bruh. Alright, how far are we along? Okay. This is 9.521. We started at 9:16, so we've done 1, 2. Let's do one more. Because I want to be able to finish this by next week. I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket, the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held for her and gave a quick nod. This man, he works in Cannery 17, right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his co-workers. Haven't seen him around lately, though. And those co-workers, I assume, they were wearing the same uniforms? Asking the question on my behalf, Otis showed the baker another photograph. Probably? He was always wearing one, too. I guess it's the cannery uniform. This confirms our lead, Executive Manager. A few inquiries at that cannery should bring us to the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but... it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion. I thought she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, Executive Manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? Same, how am I supposed to know that? Though I wasn't expecting her to know his name, the apathy evident in her voice gave me pause. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume you were well acquainted with him? Oh, that. The baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something out of her apron pocket. A thin and round can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. He even said he'd throw in the docugraph of the building of my choice. He docugraphs buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips to the nest every now and then. I asked him to get me a docugraph of this lovely mansion I saw by the nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like. Oh gosh, it was everything I'd hoped for. Heh. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Young Mersault? Are these canned experiences truly possessed of such marvels? To pluck all semblance of reason from one countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Dost thou mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may, however. Oh, a magic can, allowing one to pursue any dream the heart may conceive. Verily, I confess mine's own soul is so much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Mass-produced canned experiences are made from base experience batter, mixed with various modified information. And the resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it's unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production lines is not equivalent to a genuine experience. Meaning the usage of experience in our previous statement must be amended. Memories altered for intense stimulation. That does sound quite shady. How does this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are, forsooth, inclined toward a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by the can experiences are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that the users of can interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. A possible cause of the information of the dependence patterns is that can experiences allow one to feel as one has achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible. Art thou implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant use cans? Worse still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the street or more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it'll appear to be grasped with one's hands. To become a cause for surrender, instead of inciting one to march forth. Verily, doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself? If the result dream rouseth not the spirit to gallop toward it? Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know. But they sell well. So, how much will you be buying? By what? You came here Barging in on all these questions. I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sailor too? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding my bakery and scared off my customers, are you? She makes a good point. Come on, lady. I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Where the hell are you keeping it all then? Do you even gotta ask? Of course, I had some already, and the rest is stuff safely tucked in my coat pockets, so we can all share later. So you already ate some? Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off the other customers. Understood. Given that the expenses made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budget should not pose a problem. Oh, nice! Sesame rice bun for me, please. It was Kim! There he is again! Take him out! Hey, people. Seth here. He really did have a knack of making an entrance at least expected moments. Hey, mister! Where have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Waiting in a puzzled anticipation. Only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hands and chop. Alright, I'm ready. I love him! I love him so much! New Seth video just dropped. We'll go watch it. Freaking waste of bread. Gah! Ezra's angry fist drove straight from Kim's solar plexus, pulled him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole next bakery. Next. Roof and all. Best to get away from here. Manager, Mersault approached me as we walked down the street with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I have completed development of the film per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film canvas you were shaking. Do I just unroll it? Hold it against the sun or other light source of light, as it is reversible film. The images should be visible as if they were photographed. Reversal film meant, but it did just as he suggested and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Huh? That's pretty cool. Is it showing? Can I see it too? Move it over a bit. Let me have a look too. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small. But I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Is this the same person in every shot? It's the same pose in all of them. Oh, you're right. Well, wait a second. See the arm here? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. The head looks like it's turning to the right. We were all squinting up at the tiny frame on the film, where Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained from his face. Sinclair, what's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the same stack of notes or thick book in the exact same spot on every page. You start with the arms down, then you make one small change on each page, nudge the arms up higher and higher until they raise up all the way. And when you flip through the pages fast enough, the drawings look like separate images. The still figure starts moving. Introduction to motion pictures. I remember the teacher saying the video footage we watched were made all the same way. Are you saying that this is... It's a continuous sequence of still images? The arrangement of the frame suggests that this film strip is highly likely to be constitutive footage of violation of in-corpse taboo. So movies are prohibited? That's interesting. Alright, let's do one more fight.
의로움을 세우기 위해서라면.
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은 이것으로.
Oh crap. As soon as I registered Marcel's words, my hand reflectively went to the film, threw the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might have just broken a taboo. My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey, specifically to the time when Don Quixote had smashed the window at K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our entire team multiple times over. I felt faint. We at least had Virgilus with us then, and it ended up being not that big of a deal at the end of the day because I could revive the sinners, but... Some nest taboos can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them around, can't they? I hurriedly turned towards the sinners, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern. You're looking at Ryoshu. Of course she's gonna be not that concerned. She's my wife. She's fine. Miss Faust, what'll happen to us if this gets the manager killed? Okay, so this is it. Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying and we'll be fine. Incorp's not gonna kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When the Incorp dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with their commands, thank them for their service, and hand it over to the authorities, and everything should be a-okay. There is a possibility that everything will not be okay. Eh? Because I have developed the contents of that film roll in that dark room. Oh. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. But Team Leader said that Incorp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of the taboo violation. If the footage, image quality, or frame rate is within regulations, Incorp won't be sticking their pictures on our butts right away, and that could buy us some time to give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. Because what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. So even if we're really, really unlucky, they actually come after us, it's going to be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity, probably. So what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail? It means the interval between each frame shouldn't be like super brief. Think about a photo slideshow. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. Then let's analyze this film and see how vivid it is. Marcel, I trust you're knowledgeable in subjects concerning Incorp. Yes? Corporate? Cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? Otis picked up the film from the ground and showed it to Marcel. That cannot be determined. Unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent. The film canister was able to experiment, so I assume the culprit had created these as a test run of sorts. An experiment to see how close they could get to violating the taboo and testing the limits of the law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. Here, the flower plot moves between frames, doesn't it? The docugrapher couldn't possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. Here, the expression written on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe they're just a gloomy sort. Perhaps, yet observe closely, the stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Oh, if that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. That's when Bamboo-headed Kim, who had been sprawled on the floor ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the wall sill. See how noticeably it shifts between each frame? Whoever made this stuff sure knows their craft for sure. But I can't imagine a Backstreet's dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. Then the likely scenario must be that the creator of this film deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played subsequently, would look like footage that violates the taboo. In which case, this film does not violate the taboo, correct? That is highly probable. So he says, executive manager, we should be in the clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violation of a wing's taboo. Phew. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test Incorp's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd have stopped here. Based on all available evidence, executive manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is a taboo violator on the run. But what motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the backstreet. Work for a subsidiary long enough and you might even get transferred to a factory job in a nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so... Maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life? Everyone has one of those days, don't they? The sudden feeling that you could be doing more than live the rest of your life in a 9-to-5 hell? The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life? Something about what Ishmael said must have ticked Bamboo-headed Kim, because he suddenly whipped around and toward her and shook his head. Maybe, but how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing everything away they've built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah, must have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as taboo and inched on and on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. One thrilling shot through his camera and another with the next. Until eventually he ended up recording actual footage. Well, then that leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do with it? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all of this part of the backstreet to see. Well, but wouldn't that have make everyone here, even those unwittingly come across the projection? Right on. It had made those folks violators of the taboo. But why would anyone... So would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? Breadbrain? I asked around on the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they could make him a projector. Seemed like most of them turned him down, but they also said he stopped showing up after a certain point. Fair to guess that he got his hands on a projector somehow. Alas, is it not a taboo of Incorp to view recorded videos? Hard to tell why he would have any... Why would anyone in sane mind... Well, it ain't taboo if you only make a projector, ain't it? Backstreet blokes are down for anything long as there's coin. But how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as the pinframe team have just been identified in the vicinity. They are all carrying the same briefcases. Oh, well, that's convenient. Ain't that convenient? Maybe we could play this like a festival or convention. And just tail people who look like they're involved with what we're looking for. So they'll lead us to wherever we need to go. Indeed, in architecture conventions, there would be those in formal plaid shirts and spinners milling around, and I could always trust them to lead me to convention avenue. Venue. Uh-huh. And was it common for these plaid shirt fellas to look around like they're scanning the area? Did they also go around checking people's against photographs? Or collect evidence? Please advise for it. They also radio each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at, Perhaps you could answer that question and peruse yourself. Nope, this crowd sure don't look like they're gonna let us follow them.
너희 보조사서들은 나와 다를 바 없을 거야. 그 사람의 계획에 한껏 이용당하고 결국 버려진 신세잖아. 나는 살고 싶어. 너희도 마찬가지일 테고. 그러니 협력해줬으면 해. 단 하나의 책을 찾을 수 있도록.
그려낸 대로. 이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
엄마가 만반잘부는 싫다고 해서 내가 만들어준 인사말이야. 요슈니까 요료슈쿠.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로. 하나, 둘, 학살! 어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
신개팀에서 다 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데 멀쩡한 장비가 남아있었나 봐.
임파스터.
Then Boka. We're about to play some Poe in a second, Yui.
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
다음 제압계 굴락의 방을 목표.
Although I might play most of this till the end. Baka! What you love that word too much. You love that word more than I do.
그렇게만 해.
재밌겠는데?
완전 여유탄 횟수.
이러면 아무것도 못하죠.
초월. 지령에게
완료.
불확실한 것은 없네.
기존 매뉴얼과는 조금 다른 방식이지만 나쁘지 않은데요.
기록해뒀다가 저희도 해보죠.
그대는 어디까지 가고
대상타기, 철침탄, 트랜지션, 확산탄, 임상시험 성공.
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
이거 분강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
브레이크 슬램!
저런 위험을 보이시며 배워야 할 것을 볼 때가 있었지요.
과거는 과거일 뿐이지 본국 제1검조차 아니었던 내게 자랑할 만한 위험이 뭐 있다고.
여기 심장이 찌리멸렬.
이제 싱 수에선 벗어났나? 재밌겠는데?
격정의 마음을 모방하겠어. 그에게 그대 선택받았음.
피해 산출값이 예상 범위를 벗어났는데요.
이 상처를 기억할지.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가. 하지만
Pog manager level up.
기약은 없구려. 그렇다면 여전히 난 아무것도 인가.
Another fight. Heck yeah. Let's go.
이번에도 치령의 뜻은 본인과 같군.
여러분이 이때까지 겪었던 일은 전부 보고서로 전달받았습니다. 관찰일지도 다 읽었죠.
도대체 어떤 사람들일지 다들 궁금해했어요. 요즘 같은 시대에 여러분처럼 이론보다 행동을 앞세운 실험 정신을 가진 사람들은 몇 없거든요.
재밌겠는데?
휘리리 빠! 네 상대는 나야.
결정 해봄
초월 지령에게
곤란하네. 나는 어떤 사람과도 잘 지낼 자신이 있지만 관리자님은 예외거든. 관리자님과 희희낙락하면서 지내는 건 내게도 버겁다고.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로
Thank you for the subby ritual echo. Thank you, Baka. Look how straight you live on damn game.
이중 격발. 조준은 필요 없지. 무아몽중. 필중의 의지만 있다면 대상 확인, 철침탄, 트랜지션, 확산탄, 임상시험 성공.
저 객차는 오래 버티진 못하겠군요. 관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연한 결과일 테죠.
얌전히 앉아 있어라.
나부터 상대해야 할걸?
이미 우리는 손에 많은 피를 묻혔잖아. 몇 명 늘어난다고 달라지는 건 없어.
그려낸 대로
대응 완료.
우두께서
Explode.
저런 위험을 보이시며 배워야 할 것을 뵐 때가 있었지요.
과거는 과거일 뿐이지 본국 제1검조차 아니었던 내게 자랑할 만한 우영이 뭐 있다고.
중량 5배.
여기까지 와서 망설일 생각은 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 사람을 죽이고 싶지 않았다면 너희도 세피라들도 처음부터 거래를 하지 말았어야지.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로 어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에. 임파스터.
숨 돌릴 틈은 벌었는가.
아, 하수가 버틸 판은 아니었지. 이제 좀 고수들만 남았으려나?
I like his voice.
예측할 수 없게.
I love his voice.
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
동강 내주기.
가속 펀치.
이거 분강 맞지?
야, 필살. 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
징계팀에서 다 망가뜨린 줄
낫도
알았는데
밤도치.
멀쩡한 장비가 남아있었나 봐.
숨을 타도록 베어낼 뿐.
미래를 가둬와
법을
같이.
이제야 좀 이해했군.
Yeah, I could just do this, I think. Yeah. Pretty sure every one of them is dead probably this turn.
이중 격발. 조준은 필요 없지.
이 순간이 이제 싱수에서 벗어났나? 지루하군.
아무 시도 없지.
하지만 이런 시시한 전투에도 긴장감을 불어넣어줄 비장의 예술이
대상
하나
확인.
있지.
철침탄.
박수갈치는 언제 보낼 생각이지?
여유탄 회수.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
경미한 손실을 제외하면 완벽에 가까운 제압이었습니다. 이제 말씀하셨던 야근을 속히
어이, 알후가 탈출했다. 팀장이 나설 차례로군.
다음에는 류슈 팀원에게도 육체적 타격이 가능한 무기의 승인을 검토해 주십시오, 관리자님.
Another fight? Fine, we'll do it.
작전 시작이고 작전 시작.
군주가
의로움을 세우기 위해서라면.
당신이 이 숲의 괴수로군.
Hardly a challenge. What a waste of time. Well, at least they're not much of a fight one-on-one. Service to Klaus is not a combat specialist department. While they have all undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they are not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They kept taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description. What are they snapping away for when whispering behind our backs like a load of creeps? Collecting photos to include in their report for their higher-ups, I'd wager. I can kind of see how they could think we're involved somehow. Every time they followed a lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Mersault stood a footstep away from the rest of the dinners and watched them in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without preconceived notions in his mind? Silence shouldn't have been any different than his usual reckonance, but as I thought, there's some chance or win. Hey, Mersault. I was struck by a sense of brief yet distinct strangeness and was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate. Don't let me know if there's something you want to say, but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I will do as you're ordered should one such a circumstance occur. As always, his reply was deflatingly concise and direct. As though he had some rule of his own that told him this was the specific response for situations like these. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything you want to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my questions. His reply was simply that an answer, nothing more. Yes, a prepared answer written down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me. As to this particular answer, I had always been the one he'd have. Only one he'd have available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so... With courage, sure, if you say so. I turned away from him and took off to join the sinners. As I did, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue. Asked to be let out, so I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Oh, of that? He spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gazes are just as unknown to me as you. Should you point to an object or enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Could I ask him again then? Had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of question, could I have found myself in the smallest peek into the Mersault's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery ever since the entire year of traveling together? I suppose that's not for me to judge as well. Manager? Yeah. Another battle is imminent. As you have previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, boss o'clock! Are you just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting and you're pouring out off that building over there? Our ahead seems clear. So they must have been on their way to that building. Our path seems clear, Executive Manager. Let us neutralize these foes and head up there. I gotcha. Be right there. The brief lull of battle comes to a close. And the battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Mersault had predicted, we made our way into the building. Bloody hell, them blokes. We fought up downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. Why does the N-Corp have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. It is a wing, after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're the ones from the subsequent support reports. The in-court fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find the taboo violator here, not a group of a dozen or so. What were they thinking, sending fodder like us to deal with organized taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass and melee combat? They must have thought our manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report that one of them's a... All of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with a metallic whir of some kind of machinery. And immediately I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw in the Chacon's face in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly with a dull, worn-out groan of things past its prime. Men, shut your eyes! The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, Otis thundered in a commanding voice. Gah! I quickly turned away, making sure not to capture even a glimpse of it. The device could play a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look could constitute a taboo violation. Shit! I saw that! I'm so finished. Just as panic began to creep into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks out through the darkness past my metaphorical speaking shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, Ongdu. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of a recorded video Incorp gets? Of course I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes to see, folks. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. That video is not a recording. But perhaps, possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure occurred while subduing violators, the Incorp employees also opened their eyes and began murmur among themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the side of the wall. It was this, and this was its message delivered via white words on a black background. So you've tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without a care about the real thing. Case number TC3224. You are under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Revere yourself now and forfeit your illegal recording. Should you comply, we will... What is this foolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools? The hollowed vessel, bereft of all but lingering delusions, grants not even a rural echo of a dogged exertion of tools. What's this fellow on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Playing. Without so much as turning around, Bare-New-Hatted Kim raised his sword and parried away the Incorp's employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my wind guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no conscience. After what I went through to take refuge here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blinding, consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. It's repeating the same sentences over and over. Now that does make me wonder, was I just as far gone when I distorted past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone hasn't answered that question, it'd be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look at us, all the while effortlessly swatting away the M-Corp employees' attacks. I saw you were goading us into telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, I have wielded the only thing I have ever known, the blade. Transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through the both friend and foe unrestrained. Hey, Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did, but such a disregard is easier, said the nun. How can I, when the distorted being has no qualms showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of the fathomless one's heart is? It's got to be illegal or something. Illegal, I say. Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run. A mere ant before a car in motion and the swerving driver. Conjuring dead followers before my before the eyes of their mentor. Essentially unconscionable. Rude as hell, as some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest. I curtsy to you. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after a fake experience, even without even caring about the real thing. And that split second, I think I saw Mersault's eyebrows twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps? Oh. Blinding flash followed by an explosive bang. My vision went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. And when it did, the first thing that came into view was a particularly unsettling landscape of escort, followed by a band who had Kim surrounded by a small army of Chikung. Mentor! Keep that up and you'll shout me to death, Hongdu. Isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such sights? Still do I wake from these dreams drenched in a cold sweat. That they might bind and drag you away. It isn't so bad, is it? It's just these folks so far, unlike earlier when... Another flash. What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening, but first things first, we have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far and wandering all day for this exact reason, and so it was this mechanism. Faust? The words began to shift rapidly before I had a chance to ask Faust what she meant. To the one who finds comfort settling in lies, I give you what you most deserve, your gaze. Oh. Well, 'cause I'll be blind before today's over at this rate. It changed. It did? Unlike the earlier incidents, one of the distortions is different from the others. Oh dear. As Mersault identified, there was something different about the group of Chikuns this time. They were accompanied by someone else. Oh dear. A warrior in impressive armor, wielding a sword that was just as tall. That armor. And a great Huando of the Sal Circle. To be reunited in such a manner. The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waistguard and knocked an arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner Im Gyung. Oh, how do you fare, friend? At the signal, arrows loosening. Seize the accused. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with an air-splitting sound as their cue, the Ochoku began to swarm us.
누가 화났을 땐 이렇게 숨소리도 내지 말고 숨어 있어야 해.
All right, this is the boss. These two scare me. Okay, what does this do?
Hey Boka, who is talking? Your overlay covers the name.
Who was talking there? That was Ryoshi's daughter. Her spirit. All right, let me look at this guy again. What does this do?
필중 의지만 있다.
하나.
이거 분강 맞지?
아니었던 것 같긴 한데.
It's bamboo hatted because he has a bamboo hat that he wears. They haven't shown it yet, but I'll show you a picture of him with his bamboo hat on. Yeah.
낮도 밤도 지어 숨이 닿도록 베어내.
나부터 상대해야 할걸?
자세에 틀림은 없군.
임파스터.
Well, it wasn't made in
자신 있으면
for this kind of game. To be fair.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
I'm sorry, Valley. I didn't know. 비행기?
제압 계획의 규모가 너무 큰 거 아니야? 적당히 쉬엄쉬엄해도 괜찮을 텐데.
트랜지션, 어선판, 임상시험 성공.
신입 연구원들도 분들처럼만 해주시면 좋을 텐데.
요청합니다.
I'll start saying their names out loud when I read what they're saying.
모두 외워야 할 관리법과 내성이 가장 많잖아요.
Baka Boka 1
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지. 셋째.
네 상대는 나야. 대전.
이겨. 동강 내주기.
결정. 해금. 초월.
귀여들의
불확실한
전투는 늘
것은
낭부를
없네.
불러오지. 기대하겠네.
어디 기록 좀 볼까?
대행 완료. 자,
이중 격발.
자, 매콤 주먹 모드.
아비규환.
이걸로 직원들의 목숨이 조금이나마 덜
그려낸
연장되었을 거야. 여기서 만족해도 아무도 관리자님을 탓하지 않을 거란 소리지.
여기 심장이.
I do really like the story. You're right. The story's actually getting really interesting. And this is just a side story.
적인 죽음일세. 미래를 과거와 같이.
어때? 사람을 단축하니 보기 좋아지지 않았나?
암호 시동 체크.
억제 완료.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
네르프 정렬. 원색적으로. 내가 공격팀의 애장품 특별히 보여줄게.
조용하지?
Oh, she's awakened. And he's awakened. Good
이렇게나
guy.
조용한 곳이 곧 아비규환으로 변할 거란 사실이.
그려낸 대로.
그래, 그게 정석이지.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
임파스터.
딸아이도 이 상처를 기억하고 있으면 좋겠군요.
너희 보조사서들은 나와 다를 바 없을 거야. 그 사람의 계획에 한껏 이용당하고 결국 버려진 신세잖아. 나는 살고 싶어. 너희도 마찬가지일 테고. 그러니 협력해줬으면 해. 단 하나의 책을 찾을 수 있도록.
암호 시동 체크.
이 불 또한 예술의 황홀경이지. 오, 제 행위. 그렇다면 무상이다.
하나, 둘, 확산! 행완료. 이거 분각 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
I don't know if I'm winning this.
깔끔하겠네.
너희 보조사서들은 나와 다를 바 없을 거야. 그 사람의 계획에 한껏 이용당하고 결국 버려진 신세잖아. 나는 살고 싶어. 너희도 마찬가지일 테고. 그러니 협력해줬으면 해. 단 하나의 책을 찾을 수 있도록.
그려낸 대로.
일곱, 앞으로 둘.
대상 확인, 절침탄, 트랜지션, 확산탄. 임상 시험 성공.
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고
어중간한
생각했거든.
예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
우두께서도 저런 위험을 보이시며 베어야 할 것을 뵐 때가 있었지요.
과거는 과거일
낮도
뿐이지.
밤도 지우
건국 제일검조차 아니었던
숨을
내게
다하도록 배워내
자랑할 만한 유형이 뭐
다
있다고.
법을 이제야 좀 이해하고 되겠냐고요. 숨 막히도록 견뎌왔고
Some people are dying.
정확하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니
움직임이 좋네요. 추출된 인격의 전투 감각 덕분일까요?
수감자 본연의 기량이 돌아왔거나 관리자의 지위가 이끌어낸 역량일지도 모르지.
아, 이건 기록해두었다가 분석할 때 다시 봐야겠네요.
필중 의지만 있다면
몰아치는 것은 처절한 원망.
쓸쓸하군.
해고 감흥도
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
Oh god, we got to the transitional. All right, let's see what we're dealing with now. It's a little more. All right, Ezra's speaking now. That's the big girl. Just a little more, and I think we might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens. But Ishmael's talking. Yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zipping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. It'd make our lives a whole lot easier if we could just get rid of one of them. The battle, and this is just like conjecture from Dante's perspective. The battles seem to be basically just look at whoever's highlighted. Usually they highlight whoever's talking. The battles seem to be taking a toll on the sinners more than usual. It wasn't they were up against our insurmountable foe, not even close. Not to mention how Urza and Angdu were helping us out. But haven't they had enough? About time they give up, isn't it? Don't go, you go legging it again today. That's Heathcliff. I noticed, yeah, the chat box covers them slightly. Okay, yeah. That big sword carrying fella, this is Gregor. Sure is kicking our butts, but I don't think they're the key to solving this distortion. We ain't actually flush with options, are we? Our X is blocked and we ain't. It ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between Incorp and Escort, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either Projector or Im Jung, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides, Hongdu coat cover his back too. I shall be done. Incorp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest had alerted Incorp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust, Otis, help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain trying to navigate a situation I know so little about, and instead rely on the centers with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the endless reinforcements Incorp is sending after us. And second, will defeating Imkaju or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak so frequently, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news. This is Otis speaking, by the way. But we are trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there's little hope of prevailing for the current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me too. But maybe if we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon at the very least. Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of Fathoms as our exit. But how can I enter it if I can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe. During the LCB regular checkup back at the LCE, he says that all you'll have to do is read what's on that note and from his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of code. Keywords. This one seems to be location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes take us, Incorp or the twisted character of Escort, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as we have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its Dungeon of Fathoms from anywhere within it. So what are the keywords for this distortion then? Hohenheim had provided us necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them has to be photographed. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon. If I may, perhaps experience may be one of them. It's like he was supposed to die that fight so that he could retreat. Yi-Sang put his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from the battle to the back lines. There's an undercurrent of obsession with experiences staining his every trail. It may have aught related into what has caused this distortion. Yi-Sang's talking right now. This is Faust. Experience the concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that has once synonymous with experience, while maintaining a thorough line to Incorp's technology, which was the core of his obsession. Can experience? Most likely, thinks Faust. Photograph can experience? Not seems to transpire as of yet. I could feel it. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make can experiences? So that's what that strange sensation was. Mentioning that word shook the distortions and caused the rippling effect. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps, sorry. Oh, I thought we were taking turns sharing what might have caused him to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece one after another. I thought this was some sort of Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, no, but where did scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kind of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities. Sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to the eyes focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest, to wit. He has been poking around this area of town with an eye-wateringly expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner I'd lightly prodded for information had tales to tell about him. Each tale added another facet to the long saga of a once-driven man, a man with a can-do attitude, with an uncanny ability to pull himself up by his bootstraps, and a clear path forward toward Nest residence. He became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper, barely rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man has lost grip on his fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness invoked in a form of undistinguishable form drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept behind the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once in the past. Though it would be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice, that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I should be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in bamboo-headed Kim. Photograph Ken experiences and scraps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the distortion's fathoms. Well then, we'll be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Ezra, this is what I had seen then, the gateway to Wind's fathoms. Ooh, that's neat stuff, huh? But, before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect her focus from our discussion back to the battle. But Honglu, Gregor, and several others were busy holding off the Incorp employees. They're gonna follow us right in there if we run right now, right? Probably? This is Honglu. Even if those who aren't chained to Dante like we are can travel through the pathway once it's open, so... yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrower corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, bamboo-headed Kim stepped up. My sore arm's not what it once was, but it should be able enough for this. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eye that led me to believe that this was more than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was... what? WTF. Eh? What a terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think that that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, Sword Swinger? You're not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering a dungeon of the fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathoms the distortion is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own, for that is what the abomination is gazing into. It's decided, then. You're coming with us. We ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shite about, mate. Guide us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... it keeps it simple. You try that too. Learn the hard way that homework like summer reading doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there, even as summer break comes to an end. Ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. Arashiki's scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework? Save the GPA? Face the sin. Save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior. You guys too. LCB, I can handle them all on my own. You will make a lone stand? Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This was basically a Monster of the Week situation for Team Leader, and me back in our duo days, I can handle them on my own, no problem. I wanted to see how you guys handled the inflection point, but I guess I could never really have it all. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to trust our two Oser team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm setting a pretty good solid example as your team senior, aren't I? Yeah. I don't like this, but it seems that I have no choice in the matter as long as this employee hard card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his seat all the while. I shall take the vanguard. Mentor, be warned that the interest is floating. Take a step over, or you may trip. I can clearly see that, Angdo. Bring me a ladder if you're that worried, why don't you? Have you need of one? A mere jest, you needn't worry.
귀하들이라면 능히 이길 것이라 우두? 벌써 어딜 가십니까?
걔가 할 필요도 없어 보이니 방에 가서 세상 돌아가는 모습이나 보려 한다.
테레비나 보시겠다는 말 아닙니까?
He's running off to watch TV. I love him. I love him! And that is the Fathoms. Spicy. And this is a Fathoms. Do we want to do the Fathoms now, guys, or do we want Poe to start Poe? What do you guys want? It was really fun. All right, we'll do the Fathoms and then we'll go on to Poe. I can't wait to have enough for him. Yeah, we'll do the Fathoms. And then tomorrow we'll end it with the rest of it.
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
That's how everyone's been living in my life. My photographs too. This is S-Corp too, right? It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon in S-Corp streets, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery. Wouldn't be surprised to find an S-Corp themed haunted mansion. 'Tis a place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than once expected. Thou saying that people inhabit these lands for truth? Really? I think it has a cool vibe. God damn it, Ryoshu. Vibe's my foot. I don't think I'll be getting a wink of sleep in here. The streets of the downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles. And the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I had contemplated in commiseration how the folks here even had the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathom that of those it gazes into, as Kim had said, perhaps this is how S-Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were spotless blue, and without orders from the counselor, I would scale the roof of that chiko, or thatched roofed house, and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it be a respite, solely mine, yet in this mirrored world, another has walked here before my arrival. I joined him in looking up at the thatched roof of the chunga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed. And now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head of my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up towards the man on the straw roof. I'm going to go... Are you home? Are you home, I asked. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up at the wrong tree. It is unbecoming. A dog? Really now? I can see you up there, lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? Got such an odd occurrence. Transpired twice, successive. The work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me? She surely knows her jests. She marches forth vested in war strider armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade, like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else might she be but Military Commissioner Gyeongup, the principal of the famed M family? You are certainly in habit of speaking in hyperbole. I am not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the principal. not a compliment. You see, Commissioner, this is a rhetorical technique known as backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordinate have no wit to engage in such manner? Oh, you're making her angry. Why am I out of line, as you say? Why am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This was our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I would have just let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Maybe, but people... This is Hung Lu speaking, guys. Maybe, but people do find friendship in such personalities if they have a taste for prickliness. You've got a friend in us, don't you? Ugh. Fine, you have a point, I guess. I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons, too. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to his sassy gotcha-digging pun and riddles. Well, the world we live in is vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke rather well, then responded by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes, but I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. Though I must admit, the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they call Kinlib, Bamboo Rain Hat. A man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exile themselves to the back streets. Yet with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart, did he find in the path of sword another way into the nest. As the right-hand counselor sworn guard at that. Right state counselor sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives. Yet, the reality is that I've merely found the path of man-butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have toward the right state chancellor, if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Not a compliment, just the word on the street. You are a quick learner. Spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as bamboo-headed Kim, thank you. It does. He continued to veer away from the line. And does he continue to veer away from the line? I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, oh mighty one. If I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you in two, 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So feel safe to continue traipsing outside the line, but in return, would you answer a few questions of mine? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and really, stalking someone's not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No, truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me free rein to continue trapsing outside the line. I couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers of kindness. Not that I ever do. You sure have a way with words. A way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps, yet such japes are not expected among the fellowship of close mutual bond. They don't look like friends yet, though. So care to tell us why she's been watching you? It was engaged in age-old pastime of throwing rocks. You speak of the game of Sukjun? Save them for the festivity of Danos. I was throwing rocks at passerbys. Fie on thee! What? That is a wrong deed, good sir. I suppose it is. People of Pepil, bone, and Sal, flesh, in particular, found it very to be distasteful, and they did not let their discontent be hidden. But the pie, blood, and the downtrodden cheered me on to a degree. They found it cathartic. Ho, curious then, is it a right deed or a deed not right? Pipio? Sal? Whatever is it thou describing? It is a well-known truth that S-Corp, also known by its other name, Salpepio Agaron Industries, a wing specialized in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry. Sal, P, and Papillon. Each meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Sal, responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains. Pepio, responsible for meat and livestock. And P, in charge of technological aspects of both. As a scientist and a researcher who once toiled at S-Corp, you must have felt the persecution of Pi firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S-Corp. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied. The Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers, blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of chiefs of state counselor and monopolizes rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone, once a right state chancellor, toadies to Sal and rises to the seat of left state chancellor. When such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please, anguished cries of suffering flood the street. Thus, the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of the emaciated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them to both to yield? Oft heard poem when walking the streets of S-Corp. Oh, oh. The people whom have been targeted with thy rocks they weren't people. Rats. Rats? Oh yes, the Chancellor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightly deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. Do you purposely threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a klepto rat? Well, I simply could not help but react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. He's making her laugh. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do. I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude is all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their scarlet aura bonds, the gall to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them until now. Well, if that's your intent, you are invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown in the dungeons teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was going to do just that. So when will you stop being a sword and be human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who will ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state chancellor. Return to this choga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. She looks very different than what I thought she looked like. She looks very pretty. Ha. She's a funny one, Mentor, this fellow you had mentioned fondly was correct. Haven't I mentioned her a few times as drinking fellow I once had behind an L Corp? I must say, I find that relationship most intriguing, that a military commissioner of the South faction would fraternize with a bodyguard of the right state chancellor, who was of the Pi faction. Still, I knew not that the fellow was, Angdu speaking, was none other than the military commissioner of Escort. Okay, this is background talking, basically. Ogdo's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It's news to me that you had ties to a second-winged official military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that. Well, I was in service of the right state chancellor, who was the first ordinate, you know. Well, that might be true, yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up in exile from Escort. Yes, your silence over matters of such great importance is why I've come to introduce you to others as a resentant one, mentor. We had made the blade lineage our home, for Escort availed no home for us but the lineage. But you, mentor, I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past. Both savory and unsavory shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes, before moving on. We followed without a word. How big is this? This isn't that big, actually. 1, 2, 3 story beats. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fights with 1 boss fight. So 4 fights and a boss fight. We emerged into a dark and muddy cavern, filled with air so stale it almost felt stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a 4-way fork of the road. Interesting. A constant powerful gust howled through one of the paths. Another was filled with a metallic tang, the smell of blood. Then there was a path that was entirely silent. And the last one echoed with the harsh noise of sword striking against sword. Just how many people are fighting up there? They must be proceed with caution, Executive Manager. There may be a battle underway. A pedestal made of stacked stones appeared before us. Though none of us knew how long it had been there. Atop it was a red accessory. The kind would hang at the bottom of the hilt. A red tassel. It gives me more slash resistance. That's good. That'll be helpful. Because I think some of my guys are weak to it.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도 거미집도 지금까지 와.
누가 화났을 땐 이렇게 숨소리도 내지 말고 숨어 있어야 해.
짐승들의 재갈을 풀겠다. 토끼를 본다. 저 행순들을 도려내라.
틈을 끊어.
묘여,
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어.
길을 열어라.
그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
저 개체는 오래 버티지 못하거든요. 관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연한 결과일 거지.
Oh, he's helping us.
너무 경계만 할 필요는
They're both
없어요.
helping us. Okay.
활용 가능성에 대해 고민해보게.
재밌겠는데? 이거 공각 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
우와, 방금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공모대 같았어.
목을 떨궈주마.
하! 필연적.
절대적.
그 슬픈 눈빛. 고작 이 정도
이
탕후의
순간이
행동이나.
닿도록 베어내리라.
대상 확인. 절침탄.
움직임이 좋네요. 추출된 인격의 전투 감각 덕분일까요? 수감자 본연의 기량이 돌아갔구나. 관리자의 지위가 이끌어낸
지령에게
영역일지도 모르지.
불확실한 것은 없네.
이건 기록해두었다가 분석할 때 다시 봐야겠네요.
예측할 수 없게.
틈을 끊어. 바로
조준은 필요 없지.
모험하군.
베어물수.
무아몽중.
혹시 아냐? 나도 앵두 너처럼 새검 하나 생기면.
필요하십니까? 그럼 사드려야죠. 값을 받고 빚이라도 내서 제일 좋은 검으로 하나 장만해 드리면 됩니까?
앵두야, 네가 하면 농이 아니라 진담 같으니 부디 그러지 말았으면 좋겠구나. 검은 지금 것으로 충분하다.
낮도 밤도 지워. 숨이 닿도록 베어내.
징계 틈에서 다 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데 멀쩡한 장비가 남아있었나 봐. 그래.
다섯.
이걸로 직원들의 목숨이 조금이나마 더 연장되었을 거야. 여기서
그려낸
만족해도 아무도 관리자님을
깨우치시게.
탓하지 않을 거란 소리지.
이제 깨우치시길.
이번으로 몇 번째 통과죠?
17번째라네. 확실히 관리자의 지위가 동반된다면 승률이 상당히 높군.
Navigating our way through the streets of Escort, we come across a young man hugging a blade, his gaze wandering blankly towards the sky. He seemed to have caught us staring. He turned his head towards us, gave us a once-over, then slumped back where he sat. Pass on by, folks. I have no intent of bringing you harm. His voice was familiar, but I cannot quite place my finger on it. Search not for a revelation in the clouds drifting by, for they hold no answers. Tim blurted out of the blue as we walked past the sword-hugging man. Oh, then that must be... Do you know me? Must I know you to impart such unsolicited advice? A meddler in me cannot help himself when walking past a disadvantaged game of Baduk. The man widened his eyes in a brief surprise, then began in a contemplative voice. You are a player of greater Dan than I. That I can tell, so if you will permit me to solicit some advice. Shamed I am for my past plays, for they were dishonorable and deserving of ridicule. Thus I had begun to wonder if I would be better used should I become a blade for hire. Then a man of incredible integrity, as a just soul, sought me out and asked me if I serve his blade. Yet I wonder that my filth may afoul his hands too. What say you? Would you take that man's opportunity and make this play, or... Shame you may be of your past plays, yet what of it? What choice have you got but to continue placing the stones when the game shall avail you no mercy of averting a move? What if continue this play leads me to lose all my territories? Then resign the game. You've given it all to the end, and it is indeed a bitter one. Then what can you do? The least you can do is play it until the game is called. You're playing by following the flow anyhow, aren't you? Though we may have just met, it seems as though your gaze penetrates deep into my bones, stranger. Take this as a token of my thanks for your meddling. A light bulb seemed to have gone off in his head. Light flashed in the eyes of the man. Or maybe you had him of the past. And he jumped to his feet and sped off, but not before handing us something. Not that you'll be able to do anything to change the course of this losing game. I have a lot of slash attackers, so that's helpful. She slash, he slash, he has slash, she slash, he slash, and she slash. And I think he slash, so that helped out a lot.
4, 3, 1, 시작.
조심하는 것이 좋지 않겠는가. 모제스 아씨께서도 누누이 말했지. 갑작스레 달라진 행동에 주의하라고.
필중의 의지만 있다면
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했다.
필연적 절대적
저주는 필요 없지.
으쌰! 이거 분강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
생각이 많아지니 저런 실수도 나오는구나.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
틈을 끊어 이제 깨우치시길. 우두께서도 저런 위험해 보이시면 배워야 할 것을 볼 때가 있었지.
과거는 과거일 뿐이지.
흔들렸군.
본국 제일검조차 아니었던 내게 자랑할 만한 이유는 뭐 있다고.
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한
그대는
기술을
어디까지
매번
각오했을지.
엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
아득한 여정, 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
매뉴얼을 만들어주길 잘했네.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
여기 심장이 잠깐쯤.
토끼를 본다. 넌 푸름을 저
무타
해충들을
법을
도려내라.
좀 이해했고 이제 깨우치시길.
무아몽중.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
That's a lot of poise that they're just starting out with.
짐승들의 재갈을 풀겠다.
눈을 감을 만한 가치가 있는
That
예술.
was crazy.
훌륭하군요.
친히 목을 떨궈주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
이번에도
He killed 3 people by himself with one attack.
하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가
We
모르는
ain't seeing
것들이
his ego anytime
이렇게
soon.
하나씩 알아가다 보면
Not ego, his identity
반드시
card
찾을 수
anytime
있겠지.
soon. If
세상의
he's doing
모든
stuff like
것이
that.
담긴 단 하나의 책을.
I catch a glimpse of a figure staring off into the darkness of the unlit prison. Ah. Bamboo-headed Kim lets out a sigh before he even exhales. Who goes there? Sharp cry cuts through the stagnant air. Someone must have noticed this. What should we do? At least put a little effort into your lives, huh?
반드시 팬다. 아비들도
Ah,
거미줄
potato. Ah, potato. Consume the water. No, it can't be. My life is. The experiences, the memories I had recorded are different. Alas. Kip came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I'm returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor, I have been here before. Have you? Had a peek into my memories when I had distorted, did you? Oh, I say it's a little embarrassing to have my deepest, darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly as his truth cleared the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. His flippant demeanor and his seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Then this must be the right state counselor's estate. Someone whom I had once protected, thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gates and made his way into the front yard. Watch out, Angdu. Take a tall step over or you might trip. There were bodies sprayed about the yard, and I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint watching the aftermath of carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally, and some of them were mangled that I could hardly tell which parts were belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the counselors? No. Were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. You're looking at what remains of them. So, I had but a moment to glimpse it. I clearly remembered what the S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's Fathoms looked like. The hats these corps are or were wearing are adorned with the same logo. So why is bamboo-headed Kim calling them assassins? In this corrupt land, the right state counselor's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in the tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truth in S-Corp, where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them, the left state chancellor, the chief state chancellor's blessing, with the chief state chancellor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army? But they're prohibited in our homeland. They're kind of like how the great houses of H-Corp each had their own armies. That is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company whose employees outwardly appear to be all working for the same side is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to different individual than the chief executive. What assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance. I had thought this no different, though with the assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises. Not realizing that I had just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Yes. Looking around at the yard teeming with the assassins, I recall thinking it odd just how many of them they had sent. Throughout the left states, counselor's power had grown to loom over that of the king. I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate chancellors at the royal court would have been. Foolish. I can't. I have failed you, counselor. As through they had decided There's simply far too many of them. I'm sure they had decided that tonight was the night that they would finally slay the counselor or die trying. I'll assume overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get past me and reach the counselor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me and I fell to my knees. I, Kim Lib, am a poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I have failed you. I knew who the author of this foul scheme was, the left state chancellor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too meager of a person to carry on your will, counselor, what I can do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see the favors paid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the counselor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right counselor. I see that you have been hard at work. Accursed parasite, I'll have to flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some gal you have to show your face here. Oh, here, you mean the home of the honorable right state counselor who toils day and night in the service of the royal court? I know the assassins were sent by the left state counselor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas. This unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning words is an oppression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can. Heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. What? The accused shall heed his crimes. One moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered right state counselor arrived at the royal court. This audacious comatulous of effrontery, bleh, I don't even know that word, is an affront not only to the royal court, but to the heavens and men alike. The reverend left state counselor, who has long been in disagreement with the right state counselor on matters of the state, found this defense so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day written on the letter. Huh? Yet a tragedy has struck. All these lives sent to protect the noble chancellor are slain. The bravery and justice of their honorable hearts trampled upon the grounds of this villain. And now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the court? Thus we are, perforce, to arrest the criminal and to restore the rule of law. You spout senseless drivel. I saw your men make their way into the counselor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The counselor? Might you be looking for the right state counselor here alive and well? My lord? The vile wretched wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered, perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Did you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the left state's counselor service? He sent so many of his men to their deaths just to lure me into a trap? Why? Now, don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the Ungum, or Cloud Blade. but you have been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan, with you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can't be. For what it's worth, young man, I'm sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, through Escort is indeed a pond of turbid water. It was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. During the worst, we arrived to protect the Reverend Right State Chancellor. A thousand curses upon the villain. In his quest for the Right State Counselor's life, the butcherous man has already watered the ground with escaped laborers, the very lifeblood that runs in the veins of this most serene wing. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the Counselor's sworn guard Kim Limb. Han. Feed us, O villain. Han Hobei! And let the Hora bonds take you. You've fallen far, my friend. You were once considered a candidate to the honor of Ogum. And with that brand of Nobi sapping your strength, even your mastery of the blade will only dull. Are you to be my executioner, Gonyot? I hadn't received orders to behead you, if that is what you're asking, nor would it befit someone of my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. The Counselor has abandoned me. There is no path forward. That PPVO, Agoran Industries, is more corrupt than I thought, rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once a game is lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9 star points on the board? And find a place where you begin anew with equal standing. As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations, I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so fickle that they would cast me down right away just because I let someone go like you go. You're a branded criminal. In the eyes of the royal court, you're as good as an inconsequential. I'll report that even if you were to flee, you would be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honored principles. Some things can't be done without bending a rule or two. And you are needed. S-Corp's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations like you. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by. It's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. Common quality. They are both debts to be repaid. Young up. Come with me. There is no hope left for Escort. You said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as we're playing their big game. Listen, they might have a 9-stone advantage over you, but to me, it's as small as 3. I'll manage and keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter its den. But wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There, all done. Your bonds are severed. Go now. Go, and build your strength beyond the walls of escorts. Yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. don't have it in me to make such a grand purpose. I'm done with escort. You know how I am. I just go with the flow. Yes, yes, do as you will. Go with the flow. Be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the currents of the river will someday bring you back to escort. That's all. Although I had left the rig game, my records afterward weren't stellar. The lane of stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the Blade lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library, until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. When Gyeong-up had let me go, I thought I had escaped the tiger's maw. But as I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence of connect and dies. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form began to glow like wildfire. And those in the entire Blade lineage, one by one, slept over the wall and approached us. Like the projections of Kim darkening fathoms. They're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impressions a person gets from viewing the photograph is as malleable. Then they must be after... Kim believes that the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. So they're gonna be after him.
너무 귀엽대.
이루어질 수 없는 희망도
그래.
추락해
이번 전투를 잘
흔적조차 남지
마치면
않은 희망도
칭찬해주겠어.
모두 나의 바람이었듯이 적이 건넨 도움 또한 도움일 테지.
필중 의지만 있다면
하나.
대상 확인, 철침탄, 트랜지션, 확산탄, 임상시험 성공.
이 순간이 닿도록 되어내리라.
틈을 끊어.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
그딴 컨디션으로 놈에게 덤빈다라. 데카당스식 예술이라도 보여줄 셈인가?
예측할 수 없게.
이중 격발, 제압기체의 둔화를 확인. 친히 목을 떨궈주마.
이제 수에선 벗어났나?
여기 심장이 잠깐 저리 대기. 그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을
엄마는
도려내라.
목이라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일
묘야.
뛰어난 게 검역.
길을 열어라.
이 순간 이제야 좀 이해했고 베어내리라.
수치 좋네요. 예상했던 대로
제가를
무난하게 끝날 것 같아요.
뭐
지금처럼
지금까지 겪어온 사건을
엄마와 함께
고려하면
이곳저곳을
이런
다니며
기초적인 테스트에서 난항을 겪는
많은
것도
기억을
이상할 테지.
쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
Let's go up here. Someone carrying a sword on his belt and a sack on his shoulder leaped into the haystack near us. A few months later, a small squadron of Chuklons, torches in hand, rushed in the same direction the man had come from. We saw a criminal who has coveted the kingdom's properties flee in this direction. Speak up if you have seen the wretch. The Chuklons began walking up to the civilians and questioning them about the criminal's whereabouts. Despite all having seen the man jump into the haystack, all of them shook their heads and refused to give up the criminal. Some of the Chuklons have been made their way through the crowd approach us as well. We went that way, huh? Appreciate the assistance. Once the group of chickens hurriedly toward the direction I pointed them towards, the man crawled out of the haystack. Seeing the chickens had gone, some of the civilians walked up to the man and gave their thanks. Good work, you. Can't have those vile chickens take a noble thief like you away. A thief of the people. They're all wretches, I say, wretches. So well fed while we all starve. I bet they'll bleed rice if we got them. You return their gratitude with a polite bow, then approach us. You have my thanks. I did not expect to be shielded by outsiders such as yourselves, but this is a welcome surprise. Who am I, you may ask? Well, I have no name to give you, but it seems that the common folk have taken to calling me the like-minded The Blade lineage. I'm only stealing the sacks of rice the corrupt officials have stolen. Or returning them where they belong, just as Mr. Bendu Habit Kibit had once done. I've lingered here too long. They're already on my trail again. It's about time I saw myself off. Even in a hurry, he bade us to wait a moment as he rummaged through his sack and produced a few packages of food. Take these. It's not much, but it should be quite filling for those on the road like yourselves. Gratitude and vengeance, after all. Share a common quality. They're both debts to be repaid, eh?
아는 것을 모른 채 할 순 없으니.
That's a pretty good thing to get right before the last two fights.
열차 상태
A
확인.
full heal and SP max. Basically, as long as you don't mess up the...
이루어질 수 없는 희망도, 추락해 흔적조차 남지 않은 희망도 모두 나의 바람이었듯이, 적이 건넨 도움 또한 도움일 테지.
불가 위약 막아내지 못하리.
How did you fail that, sir? We're at the last two fights, Huey, and then we'll go play some Poe.
반듯한 일격이었어. 실로 군더더기였고 훌륭하군요.
묘야. 길을 열어라. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
모두께서도 저런 위험을 보이시며 배워야 할 것을 뵐 때가 있었지요.
과거는 과거일 뿐이지 본국 제일검조차 아니었던 내게 자랑할 만한 유형이 뭐 있다고.
I'm gonna fight you, Yuri. This is a pretty good story, though, Will. I did like this one. Is the last fight gonna be very hard? I'm assuming it's gonna be...
지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
The last fight is way easier than Rufo? Well... I was expecting as much. I don't think much is gonna meet Rufio's level of difficulty for a while. Maybe the next Kanto's final fight or something. But that fight was nuts. With how much bleed and sinking they were putting on everyone. Like, I barely beat the normal version. And that took, like, planning to do, too.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
지압기체의 둔화를 확인. 여유탄 회수.
미래를 과거와 같이.
이 반응은
Yeah, the middle team comp destroys her. Because the middle likes getting negative points. Like, if I had actually had my middle team leveled up, I probably would have been fine.
칭찬을 들었겠어? 당신의 노고는 이곳을 좀 더 멋지게
The middle team really doesn't care about getting negative coins.
그럴 듯해 보이지만 하나도 재미없는 소리 말이야.
필두 출진.
Like a prey backed against the cliff's edge. We're not going to see his identity card for a while, are we, Will? I'm assuming it's going to be on Mersault again, probably. But it's probably going to be like revived bamboo-hatted or something like that. They upgraded his old ego. What I'm saying is the egos are basically identity cards we're going to get later because we can't actually use them all the time because they're too strong, right? Isn't that kind of what the egos are? Because we've gotten some. Basically, that's their way of giving us him early without giving him to us. But I could totally see us getting an actual ID card of him. It'll probably be called like LCD Bamboo Hatted or something like that. Because that's the thing. The ego's not even called that. It's not called LCD Kim. Yeah, it's not called that. So I have a feeling we'll end up getting that later. Probably around the same time we can get, what's her name? The blonde-headed girl. They'll give us him as like... Because I don't know, where would he factor in strength? He's probably slightly weaker than her or slightly stronger. Yeah, Ezra. He's probably slightly stronger because he literally wiped out 3 people with 1 attack. And it wasn't even like a multi-coin attack. It was like, what, 2 coins? Or 3? And the first part of it didn't even do damage. It blocked them all. Then the second one got them all to stagger, and then the third one killed them. Oh, we're about to see his base stats. Ezra's really cute, but we probably won't see her until like Kanto 10 or something. Misjudgments burgeon when contemplations harrow the mind indeed. Now that all that remains is to neutralize the one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know, this place and this enemies are projections of your memories. Yeah! So they'll probably give us him as like a final ego or something. We're gonna get his bad end ego. But I totally see this as being like a bonus ego. Because they give us a bonus ego sometimes within the extra things. So I could see him showing up as a, what you call it? What are those special those special events where you can buy lots of egos and stuff? Oh, Walla Peepee? Yeah, I think that they might add him as a Wally Peepee ego. Not ego, ID card. I could see it. Not the hardest guess to make, is it? I expect to find Gyung-up in there. Gyung-up was a woman of loyalty and principles. Even as a military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken in the end. Well, that's not a nickname, Grace. That's what it's called. It's all Purgus, right? I mean, there is, but what you want fully realized bamboo-hatted Kim? A guy that with 2 moves kills 3 guys? 1 coin roll. I scoured the newspapers and TV for anything I could find on the current state of the escort. But it was plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Minter, is that not but a baseless speculation? Your concerns grow uncontrollably? Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Bamboo-hatted Boka. Thus what lies before you is a figment of distortion reflecting your own memories. Does this Im-gung-up appear as that monster does, Minter? No. Gungum one wasn't like that. Gungum-up. I still believe that Sayana Ungar Industries deserves to die. But destruction's not the point. The point is I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avarice, corrupt, and have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current escort. You know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer floating down the river's flow to where the currents take him. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow, found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved faith. The river continues to wind, carrying me back to, escort, whence I had fled. Shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? You think I'm satisfied with the way escort is? What's your method? It is now, as it is now, goes against the principles. I expect better from someone of your wiles. If you enjoyed those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of their principles. I only hope that one of those bends in the river of yours would float you back on the knock of the gates of escorts once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You at least seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path. And stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well, the law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I am Gung-up, second ordinance of the Salip Oregon Industries, official of the sword, and military commissioner to the royal court, shall uphold the command and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate. Are we gonna get her?
아, 돈키호테. 그래. 이번 전투를 잘 마치면
I mean, that is where Mersault's identity will start, right? 80s? The 80s, right? He has green. He has green. Why does he have green?
예측할 수 없게.
대상 확인, 철침탄, 트랜지션, 확산탄, 임상시험 성공.
그래, 그게 정석이지.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
What's a Boka gak? Is that a side story? Rerun? Maybe.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
결정, 해금, 초월. 지령에게
엄마가 검을
불확실한
들고
것은
나갈
없네.
때마다 내가 정말 두려웠던 건 엄마가 돌아오지 않는 거였어. 너희는 어떠려나? 무사히 돌아올까? 아니면 엄마처럼 거짓말쟁이가 되어버릴까?
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
이거 분강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
Hello, I'm newish. I saw your profile and saw your live. Hi, Kratos.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
미래를 과거와 같이.
이 반응은 적의 기세가 풀이 꺾인 것 같네만.
취하기라도 했는지 두는 수가 엉망이 됐더구나.
불가 위야.
Hi, Kratos. Hello, hello, hello.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라. 낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 뿐.
징계팀에서 다 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데 멀쩡한 장비가 남아있었나 봐.
이중 격발. 조주는 필요 없지.
도끼. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 물러나라.
세피라들도 결국
너의
내
쓸모를
편을 설
보여라.
수밖에 없을 거야. 나도 그들도 모두 빛의 눈이 멀어버렸거든.
All right, the back one is what he's clashing it. Okay.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한해 용이 되어 빈 벼루에 남았구나.
저 개천은 오래 버티지 못하겠다. 관리자가 상황에 맞는 효과적인 공격 수단을 택했으니 당연한 결과일 테지.
I only have one issue with this, guys. I defeated that roll and she still did about 100 damage to everyone and inflicted a lot of bleed. Is that going to be a running theme in the later fights? Oh, you blocked everything, but you're still going to take a lot.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
I can't wait till we get someone with Shin. Someone who can like who actively punishes red coins.
숨막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니 무타 법을 이제야 좀
Like she can use Shin, but she doesn't really punish red pools.
엄마가 만반잘부는 싫다고 해서 내가 만들어준 인사말이야. 요슈니까 요료슈쿠.
그려낸 대로.
몸소 보여주지.
제 행위고. 그렇다면 무상.
어떻게
잔듯한 일격이었어. 실로 군더더기였군.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라. 몰아치는 것을
500 damage.
원망.
대행 완료. 뜻을 해금하겠네.
그대로 어른. 땡하기 전까지 손가락 하나 까딱하지 마.
암호 시동 체크.
내내 격정적으로. 파도가 밀려드는구려.
자세에 틀림은 없군.
She's not as powerful as I recall, yet weighed down by the brand, I'm not as far ahead or behind. Wait, is he about to get his brand removed? Is that what you meant? I don't know. I think you're doing pretty well. I hate you. I hate you that all you do is smile. Verily, they appear evenly matched, yet he's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade work is far beneath him. Seeking the end here, is he? Can you afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword of mine than parry it away? Can't have a proper sword fight without a blade lock, though, huh? The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and a military commissioner of the escort is neck to neck, clash after clash. Two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes to a final fatal bout. Then the dust settles and the mentor lies dead in the sand. If that is what you want, then I will grant it. Good, let's finish this. Just as Payn had Kim and Ungdu ready for their final bout, Ungdu leapt in between them. Ungdu! Are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes, I am scared. I'm terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honor, my fellows. As though my path isn't haunted by ghosts. So I can't stand shamelessly before watching eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blinded to the realities of my homeland, I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who chose to trust me like a fool. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me. And when finally I had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere I had gone. Isn't it about time I admitted that this game cannot be won, that... Mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor. And the weakness in your heart has become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. Thought we were here to talk me to keep on living, yet your words pain me so. What weakness of yours is it this time that you would cast away your own creed in life? What other weakness will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities and ask not of you. The Blade lineage was never about the responsibility, nor was it about you, mentor, nor does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance. What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat never will aid one another? Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. I've had enough of that flippant lacking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that your levity was a means of relieving yourself of burden that you cast upon your own shoulders? None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you've always said to describe yourself? That you're but a butchering blade that was not itself a tool wielded by willing hands? Why, mentor? I know not what kind of shame or responsibility a mere tool has, do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on so that you may repay your debts. Out of blades, out of arrows. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There's no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in your words that I must retreat from the silly game of stones and become a fiend of blades. That is not what I said. Hence, when did you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Ongdu and Imguk were knocked away from bamboo-headed chemists who bounced by an invisible force. Kim raised his gaze to meet the empty air as through someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. But your last move was not a good one. Indeed, I did wish to become a blade, and what did you do? Force me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe both. It seemed that in your excitement you have cornered yourself with that last move. Was it? Well, as it seems that I have an opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Ah, be not so vexed by this round. As you say, we never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice. But let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time, isn't it? He ain't distorting. I think that's an efflorescence, perhaps. Nothing is for certain, indeed. Yet I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears. I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire it to be Victoria's Stone nonetheless. Thank you. I will take what encouragement I can. The strange invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored warrior Gung Up readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her, and I saw the weighty shadow seem to have lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. A bit of embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. And I suppose you will be okay with that. Of course. To hide from heaven's gaze, this hat I wore. An empty boat, it bore my friends along. In bamboo veiled, we drifted from shore to shore. With wine, I donned my hat to watch blooms strong. In mirth, I doff that shroud to moon adore. So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, through winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. Hi to me, bamboo-hatted one. Speak your name, for I will find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world, where there is none? So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면
And that's him weakened?
반드시 찾을 수 있겠지.
Because I don't think he removed his brand. I swear I want actual Bamboo-Hatted Kim as an ego. I want. He's 15, minus 15 offense level. That's him at minus 15. The photographs rapidly fold away from reality. Perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face its own past. When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the fathoms are pulled away, what remains is the man in dirty, ragged cloth. The fathoms of S-Corp slowly lose grip to this world. It soon reveals the fathoms of the distortion that were hidden beneath it. I see the residents of the backstreet in their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences. And a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why? 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 Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker always surrounded by the smell of fresh baked bread. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives, our experiences. You want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion in a nest? A legendary picture who can make the syndicates cower in fear just from going on a stroll? What do you get from those cans? It's not real. It's everything in your lives, all of this. Just empty means to an end. You can get high on fake purchase experiences nailed to a can. If that's all your life is, then my life and the photographs I've taken are all... No, it can't be. My life. Those experiences and memories I photograph are different. You're all blindingly consuming fake experience after fake experience without a care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering, gasping at illusions. Well, grasping at solutions. So let me show you the things I've shot. The memories, the experiences, the reality of your lives. I have a feeling Mersault's story is going to have a little to do with that. He doesn't like being told you're living a lie. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Mersault's face. I reflect upon the events of the day and could at least begin to guess why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the can experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Mersault? Because the experience and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. It's not that he hates being told something's a lie. He hates people saying they experienced something when they didn't. But what I know was the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Mersault. Huh? A figure materialized into human form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortions. And next to him is another figure, stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. Blimey, that thing's still alive? It is but an overlay of fathoms created within a distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet faint she does grow. It must be that the distortion's power is waning. Hark, accused one, for these are your crimes. The crime of permitting chaos in a foreign wing while impersonating Chokuns of Salopin Agro Industries. The crime of exploiting the suffering of Salopin Agro Industries downtrodden as a mere veil for one's own fathoms. And though it be but a part of reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accused is sentenced to death by beheading. And before we even had the chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on the dog ruffer's neck, decapitating him. Did she just slay someone outside the fathoms? Can an entity of the fathoms slay one outside it? Such an instance has henceforth never been observed, but as it's happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say yes. Gung Up is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumbles to the floor, Im Gyung Up's shape slowly phases out of reality. We found ourselves back in the projection room. And there... No way. Don't tell me that headless corpse is... We found a large group of injured in-corp staff thrown pell-mell around the room. And Ezra, who had been looking down at the headless body of the Delcographer. Yeah, that'd be him.
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가? 하지만 아직 기약은 없구려. 그렇다면 여전히 난 아무것도 인가?
This is our first S-Corp, right?
제가 분명 말했죠? 뛰어봤자 벼룩이라니까요.
Is this our first escort? Pretty sure, right? Apparently a level 1 of him can fight Hung Lue. Why can he fight level 1 at level 1 against Hung Lue? Yeah, I've used all my threat on people that I've been leveling. to get them to stage 3, mind you, Will. They're not even stage 4, they're stage 3. Alright. We'll do the rest of this tomorrow, I think. It's not that much left, right? There's a few talking points, I assume. And then, like, one more fight, maybe? Hopefully I get enough to get one of these animated. I like these. No more fights, lots of yap? Okay. We'll do that, like, on one of our gotcha days, then. So we can learn more about what's going on. I'm obviously dispensing her, by the way. I want her. I want her so bad. Right. That was pretty good. I like that. You were here for the whole thing, right, Will? For all the story? I liked it. Yeah, good. I was hoping you'd be here on the weekend. That's why I did it on the weekend. So that you'd probably be able to watch it. Alright, let me get one more soda, I think. And I have enough water for the rest of stream, I think. So we're gonna go until I'm always here. I'm sure. I'm sure you are. Get my food now. Food. That was a long Boka meeting. I'm gonna fight you. I will do it. Sure, sure. Empty threats. Uh-huh. You just wait. You just wait. You wait until you're on the same list that Y is. You might end up on it. That reminds me, I need to go and bug Y again. Stop stealing my mana, you crap! truth of me prowess. Oh my god, more of them. What's Swift Alloy? Cool. All right, give me a sec. All right, so next week, guys, remind me that I collab with Merc next week. I'm guessing we didn't end up doing the other one. I'm guessing he was busy, or maybe I seemed busy at the time or something, or I was busy at the time, and I don't know. Which would be very much like me. So I was like, wait a minute, wasn't I supposed to have collabed with Murky this week? All right, what were we doing the 12th? I'm trying to remember. My brain hurts. My brain hurts. Look, guys, a cemetery. That doesn't bode ill.
Bokath1 What didn't Merc join you for Rebo, or Peak or something just a few days ago? Also any day next week, or is there a specific day Merc will be joining you next week?
The 20th. I believe that's Saturday. Maybe? I have a feeling the boss is up here. Yep, boss is there. So we need to clear this area out and that area out. Oh, this guy. I'll take that.
Take your time.
Like, temporal bubble is nice and all, but that's the only thing that's really got going for it. Well, it technically is evasive since it digs under the ground, but the bubble goes away too, so... That's a grab. That's a possible use, boy. He's doing volatile plants. He's given an aura of physical damage, and he's chaos resistant. Demon Stitcher gloves. Omen of bartering. They will incorrectly assess the value of my item. That's... Now we're just corrupting the sellers now. Okay, yeah, sure. That's fine. I suppose. Itoku's current jeweled gloves. I think I've seen those before. What are these two gonna be?
Boba from Hoop.
Boba! Hello? The Frickles? What the Friggle Fraggles is Hoop? I don't know a Hoop. I like how my Twitter and my Twitch aren't connected on Ko-Fi somehow. It is a little odd. Boka?
Bokath 1 Lurker Bokath 1 Pat Bokath 1 Heart.
Well, Fingal, whoever Hoop is. Greatly appreciated. Come on. $4,000 gold from that guy. Hello? Priest of the Sun? Hello? I have to do that because the other one I can't put on the scepter I'm about to have, I don't think. Can you put Orbs of Attunement on uniques? I don't think you can. And I don't want to run double scepter. Which I don't think I do yet. Right, I think we go around. Is there anything over this way? Not really. Let's go there. 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 Why do you keep showing up? Go away. And there. I will say that it feels like they've weakened these a little bit. I could be wrong though. It just feels like maybe they didn't. Because I don't see very many unique monsters pop up in these anymore. I say unique rare. Hinder or extra fire damage. That's it? Come on. You can do better than that. I have so much health that it's hard for them to get through everything. That other beast looked interesting. Siphon's Man deals like all damage shocks, all damage chills. I mean, that's pretty good. Siphon's Man and deals lightning. Does that even work, though? Cold resistant magma barrier. I don't know. I don't think I like that one. Level up. What's this? Should I get that? I don't know. Extra cold damage. I don't know if I need that. I need all of these to get this. No, I need this one to get this one. We needed that one anyways. Because that's 12% life and damage. I think I'm going Scepter Spear. Because I want to at least keep Spear Stab if I don't keep Twister. Spear Field feels really good. It works really good with what I'm doing. We need to untake these though, because I'm not going to have a shield soon. Literally, it's only there because I have a shield right now. I do need to go back and get the armadillo eventually. I've known about the armadillo for a while, but that one didn't seem that great. Because it had like a cold resist or something. With elemental resist, which like, why would you have both when I have the thing that makes you resistant anyways? See, that would be awesome. Temporal Bubble and Chaos Resist. I'd want like 2 more modifiers, but those are some good ones. want to die. What else did we reveal? Ungle's Harmony. So you always get critical chant? You always critical, but... Okay, interesting. Whole bunch of health, whole bunch of evasion, and your physical damage is now fire damage that you take. So you don't take any physical damage. Is that what I'm reading right? That's a boss. Everything else is done except for there must be a unique a rare I haven't fought yet. It would probably be down here. It's either here or here.
Journey home like that.
Of course it's a savannah. I want to leave this place, honestly. But I have to do it anyways, so. So K-Dron is Raksha, but for maps. At least we have 2 areas where we can get Raksha. If we end up needing a AoE character and we can't find the bird. But the Raksha's a really good unit to have early. we finished that map. We are literally on the map for what you call it now?
Who sent you?
How can I help? This is what we have available.
Shut up! Don't tell them that! God damn it. Now everyone's gonna start clipping those moments. I'm never gonna live them down. I swear. You didn't have to tell them that! I swear. It's cute though. Shut up. That's cute. God damn it. To fight you. I'm gonna fight you. I was playing marbles and missed it. No! Don't look back at the VOD. Don't do it. Remember, you could be the better person and not clip it. You can be the better person. Good night, Papa and Boka. You know who notices it more? I do, and I don't understand why I do it, and I can't stop myself from doing it.
Bokath 1 Woot Bokath 1 Goob gives Boka Brownie Bokath 1 Pat Bokath 1 Pat. When you ending Bokath 1?
Probably a little bit. I want to get to Calgur before I end. So I can say I've made some progress. Because I don't really count one level of experience as progress. Why is freaking... I just realized. Why is Cho'Gath here? Not Cho'Gath, Urgot. Why is Urgot one of the monsters you can fight? Hello? Urgot, get out of here. You're not supposed to be here. Why is Urgot just a random fighter here? You see him? Doesn't that look like Urgot? Watch him. He shoots out of his chest. He shoots the little missiles. He shoots his hand out. That's Urgot. That ain't your girl. That's Urgot.
Boka, one would helpful tip to stop yourself from leaving your mouth open. Go to sleep at a normal time so that you will have enough energy to last through stream of the next day.
Shut the frick up. Frick up. I am handling this stream just fine. I have been pretty active, I think so. You guys haven't been talking to me. There's Volley Bear weapon attack. That ain't Volley Bear, that's a monkey. He ain't even using lightning. That's the other thing that's using lightning. But that's a monkey. With 4 arms, mind you. If anything, you should say that's King Kong. Wukong don't have 4 arms! Or do that weird roller on the ground. You're just picking holes in my story and I don't like it. I mean, his ult does have him do that. You're right. True. Why is there a chicken here? What the hell? How are you here? Explain yourself, madame. Explain yourself. There's another chicken right near where I killed people. This darn chicken.
Bokath one good, well yeah, but you can also be like the usual self and be highly annoying and be all like, Shah, what you doing? Shah, give me brownies, Shah.
Shah! Shah! What are you saying, that I'm Silksong? I'm her name like escapes me right now, but I'm not Shah! Brownies? I would like brownies, yeah. All right, we could just go all the way through this way.
Down you go.
That guy's almost good. He's one less, and I don't like cold resist. Since I already give everyone the elemental resist. Like, elemental aura resist would be nice for me, but... So I can have, like, higher than normal. I'm gonna fight you guys. Stop calling me out! Frick!
Tells a story.
Underscore, you really forgot Hornet. This is proof you need to stop distracting yourself and get your ass back into Hollow Knight so that you will feel okay to move on afterwards to Silksong.
Shut up. I do what I want. Frick.
I've got workers restoring the forge. Tujin will need materials. Rock will need schematics. And this time, we should reinforce the foundations.
Never thought I'd see King's March in such a state.
It was terrible. And so sudden. Felt like the world might break in half.
King's March, torn apart in an instant.
We weren't prepared. But then again, what would it have changed?
And we can't even drink, because the tavern is rubble.
Aye. Talk about a salt in the wound.
Dark times. We won't be trading anytime soon. And worst of all, still no word from Gwen.
Oh, Gwenin. I hope you're okay.
Oh, sorry, Rog. I'm sure she's fine.
Oi, you lot, listen up. You're all together. Good. I've got great news. I think I know where Gwenin is.
Hail, Captain. That's wonderful news.
Oh, do you really think you found her?
I'm almost positive. I've seen signs of Gwenin in a few locations. All noted down here in this logbook. The only problem is, these are dangerous areas.
Lucky for you lot, I'm not averse to a little danger.
I would go too, but,
The kids, Rogue. You're right where you should be for now.
We must stay here. King's March and its people need our immediate attention.
It's settled then. I'm ready when you are. This logbook contains all the clues I've gathered about Gwenin's location. We just need to chart a course. Gwenin's
Hello? Hello? I unlocked a new area? That's pretty cool and Bob. And I'm assuming this will get, like, rebuilt as time goes on. And I'm guessing we can go back there anytime we want. Charter! I hardly know her! Exactly. Exactly. Holy crap! Requires a waystone of 11 or higher. Bruh. Shut up! Didn't laugh. Shut up. Okay, that's pretty good. What the heck is this? I guess you have to complete all of these to unlock whatever that is. Alright, so now... let's go over this way. Let's do this one map, and then we'll end, I guess. 2? What'd I do? What happened here? Why is it 2? Are you gonna tell me? I have an extra revival right here. Why is it 2? I don't like this. It's gonna be a ring I've already seen, but gotta do it. An amulet would absolutely be something I've already seen, but and a belt, I wasn't looking forward to seeing what belt they decided to smack me with. At least when it's a ring, it'll be small. I like this guy. Extra chaos damage, explodes nearby corpses, prevents recovery. Yeah, we're gonna get you. I take them where like if it's like undead fight or something, because they're always summoning mobs. But it also has chaos damage, recovery stop, and lightning storms. Hey, look, guys, a new ring. I doubt it's a good ring, but it's a new ring. That's what matters. Is the timer frozen? It's broken. We're hoping to fix it later this week. But hi, Hoop. Thank you for the gifty. But yeah, Hoop, the timer's frozen right now because it's broken. It'll probably be fixed tomorrow at the earliest. That is a very tanky boy, but he's one modifier off from being useful. And he doesn't really attack very well, so not really interested in getting him. If it was a jellyfish, maybe. You should not. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up. Then laugh. Shut up. I've actually cleared out the entire area without finding the boss. Oh, I did find the boss. I'm stupid. Sorry. I'm actually very surprised I haven't beaten all rare monsters, though. Where on this map have I not been? I guess right here? Yeah, that's the only place I can kind of see that hasn't had an area. I'm almost level 73, guys. That would be awesome. Regenerates life, hasted, everything else. God dang. Oh god, this lady. I hate this lady. Stop moaning when you jump over me! You're weird! I think it's supposed to be one of Mervel's daughters. And then here's the thing, unlike Mervel, she does this whole light show thing. And then she also does this, where you could get suffocated by water bubbles. And she's summoning a lot of stuff. Stop being faster! I don't like it. Does Mervel summon water bubbles that suffocate you? I don't remember her doing that. Huh, I didn't know that. Does Merfolk also have like whole phases where she's immune to all damage? Uh-huh. We could have been so much what? What do you got to say? Oh, she does do that teleport, doesn't she? I mean, yeah, fair. All right, so 3 away from that. Where did I last? I ticked right here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 away from that. And then we can start. I think we have to go this way, over this way to find. Or we have to go through this way to find the shark and the monkey. That girl's mechanics are used. I killed her faster because I'm kind of way stronger than this zone. Than a Waystone 3. Yeah, Mervel's. An onslaught ring. That's pretty cool.
What is it?
I just have tons of 4s and 3s. I mean, 3s and 2s and what? 1s I have a butt ton of. Mostly because I bought them. That just makes everyone tanky. I'm not looking forward to this map at all. Alright, one thing I want to search before I go is I want to find Waystone. And I would like to find I want that, and I want wait, then how do I... There's desecrated and there's explicit, it looks like. Can you even get? Oh, you can. Okay. Well, I want... Or those just not being sold? Is everyone that decided to go my build after they found out it was good just... I swear. I love that all of these say revives available 0, 0, 0, 0. I don't want your tier 14 maps. Frick you guys.
What is it? are our supplies.
I like how he's only selling me tier 1s, tier 2s, I mean. I don't want your tier 2s. I want tier 4s and up. These tier 3s are not doing it for me, buddy. To be fair, though, I need to find... I think I should just get Raksha, a modified Raksha, to, like, power myself up for now. So, Savannah Grass. Every 3 max, you combine at Reforge. Every 3 maps makes next tier. Okay, well, I don't have enough. Well, that could give me some tier 3s. That could be.
These are our supplies. See what you can achieve with that.
I'll buy all those. And then you said Reforge. Right. That's helpful at least. Now I can do 3 to 4. Nooner! Have you gotten to the map? With the shark. Have you found a map with shark? Because I need... what I need is to find some... I need to modify these to where I can get the monster ones. I needed to say, unique monsters have rare extra modifiers. I think that's actually on a modifier thing, though, isn't it? It's not on a waystone. It's on the thingy that you use on waystones, right? Tablets? I need tablets, but I don't know what I'm supposed to be searching. Can you? You probably know this. Can I do this? I can. Just one, right? Okay, I only need one. I want to put this on it. This one right here. Tablets don't go up to rare? Oh. Boka end. God damn it. I'm curious, okay? I need my buffed boss. Do they? Do they go up to rare or just... I saw uniques just now. So who knows? Maybe they don't. Maybe they do. Maybe I'm through. Maybe I'm blue. Look at us playing Final Fantasy. Floppy's playing Soul Frame. Do we raid Floppy, guys? I feel like we raid Floppy. Or do we raid Luigi? Who do you guys want? And Nooner, help me out next time I play Path. I'm probably going to end up playing it Wednesday or Thursday. 6-7 in the bottom left spotted. Where? You're lying. Oh, Yoru. Shut up! Y'all want Luigi? You missed most of my streams now. That's gonna make me cry. Let's raid Luigi then, yeah. We're gonna raid Yoru next time though, because we haven't raided her in a bit.
Here we go.
But I'll raid Luigi for you guys. Let's go! Thank you all for coming. Thank you for the lickers and chatters. Thank you for news. Always here. You make my days all very wonderful and happy. Hey, Boka is always cheering for you. Forever knows. What do you mean? You need to tell me something important now? Now? Tell me now.
Oh my god. Come on, just open up. Alright, now I can get everybody back up, hopefully.
Smoke! Bomba!
Right, if it's just poison he uses, I should be fine. Yo, thank you, Boka, for the raid.